We're going to get started in 1 minute. The February 9th, 2021 meeting of the Monroe County Legislature will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll? Mr. Alcoffer.
Here.
Mr. Alcoffer is here. Mr. Ansello.
Here.
Mr. Ansello is here. Ms. Barnhart.
Here.
Ms. Barnhart is here. Mr. Baroth.
Here.
Mr. Baroth is here. Mr. Baines.
Here.
Mr. Baines is here. Ms. Boyce.
Present.
Ms. Boyce is here. Mr. Brew.
Here.
Mr. Brew is here. President Carbone.
Here.
President Carbone is here. Mr. Colby.
Here.
Mr. Colby is here. Mr. Delahanty.
Here.
Mr. Delahanty is here. Mrs. DeFlorio.
Here.
Mr. DeFlorio is here. Mr. Dondorfer.
Here.
Mr. Dondorfer is here. Mr. Felder.
Here.
Mr. Felder is here. Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
Here.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell is here. Ms. Hassman.
Here.
Ms. Hassman is here. Mr. Hebert.
Here.
Mr. Hebert is here. Mr. Chiofetlassi.
Here.
Mr. Chiofetlassi is here. Ms. Lamar.
Here.
Ms. Lamar is here. Mr. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Lee is here. Mr. Mafucci.
Here.
Mr. Mafucci is here. Mr. Marinetti.
Here.
Mr. Marinetti is here. Mr. Morelli.
Here.
Mr. Morelli is here. Ms. Roman.
Here.
Ms. Roman is here. Ms. Smith.
Here.
Ms. Smith is here. Ms. Taylor.
Here.
Ms. Taylor is here. Mr. Turp.
Here.
Mr. Turp is here. Mr. Wilcox.
Here.
Mr. Wilcox is here. Mr. Wilt.
Here.
Mr. Wilt is here. Mr. Udelson.
Here.
Mr. Udelson is here. We will need to suspend the rules of the legislature for the purpose of prohibiting public in-person attendance in accordance with Executive Order 202.1, which was extended through February 26 by Executive Order 202.92. You have a motion before you which is moved by Legislator Brew and seconded by Legislator DeFlorio. This is a non-debatable motion. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. I'd like to introduce Pastor Marlo Washington of Seneca United Methodist Church, who has been invited by Legislator Joseph Morelli to lead us in a moment of prayer.
Thank you so much.
Pastor?
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you very much. And I would like to say good evening to everybody and thank you so much for inviting me into Legislator Morelli. Again, I appreciate it, and to bring greetings this evening from Seneca United Methodist Church. It's an honor to be with you all today. Would you join me in prayer? Almighty God and Father, we pray that all might be one, not the same, but one. Not one party, not one race, not one singular interest. Rather, let us be of one heart, one mind, and one desire to serve you, and to place nothing above or before you. May our desire to serve you enable us to see you in the faces of those we are called to serve. Help us to realize that in services to our people, we are serving you. Help us to see you in every age and at every stage of life, among those created in your image and your likeness. Let us see you in the disabled and those who are most vulnerable and in need of our protection and concern. Let us see you work divine mysteries to root out the coronavirus and those who became afflicted with it. Let us see you heal the nation's political divide and bring sanity and hope within political hallways. Let us see you in hatred and wars and rumors of war and bring peace and harmony back in our community. Help us to see you in the young searching for security and among our elderly who are searching for care and comfort. And let us see you among the homeless who are longing for shelter and among the confused who are longing for clarity. Let us see you among those who have been marginalized or addicted and are incarcerated, who depend upon us for help and safety. Never let the opinions of others nor the social trends of the day allow us to abandon your law for our will or our popularity. Heavenly Father, you have allowed us and our people have chosen these legislators to work for them, to guard, guide, and protect them. Therefore, give the Monroe County legislators the courage of their convictions, and let their belief in you guide their decisions, and never let political expediency replace their moral compass, and never let a wishbone replace their backbone. In doing this, may we make our county a place where your law is upheld and your people are given the dignity of your children. All this we pray through our Lord Jesus Christ, who lives and reigns forever and ever and ever. Let us all say amen.
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 Thank you, Pastor Washington. That was beautiful. Thank you very much. Please stand as Legislator John Baines will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I ask that you remain standing. Without objection, we will take agenda item numbers 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35 out of the regular agenda order. Agenda item number 31 is moved by Legislator Brew and seconded by Legislator Felder. Will the clerk please read the resolution expressing regret of the Monroe County Legislature on the recent passing of Peter C. Peor, former Monroe County Legislator?
Expressing regret of the Monroe County Legislature on the recent passing of Peter C. Peor, former Monroe County Legislator. Be it resolved that the Monroe County Legislature hereby expresses deepest sympathy at the recent passing of Peter C. Peor, former member of the Monroe County Legislature. And whereas Peter passed away on January 12, 2021 at the age of 73. And whereas Peter was born on February 15, 1947 in Rochester, New York, to Patrick Peor and Lucille Privatera Peor. Peter married his wife, Prel, with whom he had 2 children, Michelle and Scott. And whereas Peter had a bachelor's degree in industrial relations and a minor in economics from Lemoyne College, and went on to enter the commercial banking business for 30 years. Peter was then elected to the Monroe County Legislature from 1991 to 2000. He devoted a significant amount of time to many professional and community organizations and worked as a dedicated and passionate man throughout his whole life. Peter held the position of Regional Administrator for the New York State Department of Labor from 2000 to 2008, while also serving on Monroe County and Rochester Workforce Investment Board. He was named the Executive Director of Rochester Works, where his accomplishments will always be recognized. And whereas Peter loves spending time with his family at Irondequoit Bay, as well as Lake Ontario, boating every summer. He also liked watching basketball with his wife and cooking for his family. Peter was an amazing host who loved inviting guests over for social gatherings and cocktails. He was a dedicated grandfather who never missed an opportunity to cheer on his grandchildren. And whereas Peter was predeceased by his parents, Patrick and Lucille, and in-laws, Joseph and Carrie Fazio, he is survived by his wife of 52 years, Carol Fazio Peor, daughter Michelle, son Scott, grandchildren Hannah Schroeder, Hadley Schroeder, Carson Peor, and Harris Peor, and other close family members and friends. And whereas Peter will be remembered as a true role model and well-respected friend, husband, and father, and grandfather. His caring nature will be missed dearly by everyone who knew and loved him. Be it further resolved that the Clerk of the Legislature is hereby requested to forward a copy of this resolution to the bereaved family. This resolution was adopted unanimously, with each legislator rising in his or her place for a moment of silence.
Agenda item number 32 is moved by Legislator Brew and seconded by Legislator Felder. Will the clerk please read the resolution expressing regret of the Monroe County Legislature on the recent passing of Daniel Gregory Prel, National Guard Chief Warrant Officer 2.
Be it resolved that the Monroe County Legislature hereby expresses its deepest sympathy at the recent passing of Daniel Gregory Prel, National Guard Chief Warrant Officer 2. And whereas Daniel passed away tragically on January 20th, 2021 at the age of 30. And whereas Daniel was born on April 26, 1990, and was raised by his parents in Warwick, New York. After graduating Warwick High School, Daniel attended the United States Military Academy at West Point from 2008 to 2012. After graduation, he entered the 82nd Airborne Division as a helicopter pilot and was deployed in Afghanistan during 2014 and 2015. In 2020, he joined the New York National Guard. And whereas Daniel attained the rank of captain before accepting an appointment as a warrant officer in the New York Army National Guard so he could continue to fly. He is working as a federal technician at the Army Aviation Support Facility at the Greater Rochester International Airport. Daniel has logged 670 hours of flight time, as well as many other awards, including the Air Medal, the Army Accommodation Medal, the Army Achievement Medal, National Defense Service Medal, the NATO Medal, the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, the Afghan Campaign Medal, and Army Aviator Badge. And whereas Daniel felt genuine joy from making friendships and spending time with his close friends, all of which fed into his commitment as a soldier. Daniel cherished fellowship in the form of sports, sharing stories, and enduring challenges with his fellow soldiers. He connected with others so easily because he found value in the community of being American. His joy in common-day civilian experiences reminded him of why he sacrificed so much to serve in the United States Army. And whereas Daniel lived a life proud to his country, his service, and humbled by the men and women he served with. He is survived by his loving dog, his parents, grandparents, siblings, nephew, and niece. Be it further resolved that the Clerk of the Legislature is hereby requested to forward a copy of this resolution to the bereaved family. This resolution was adopted unanimously, with each legislator rising in his or her place for a moment of silence.
Agenda item number 33 is moved by Legislator Brew and seconded by Legislator Felder. Will the clerk please read the resolution expressing regret of the Monroe County Legislature on the recent passing of Stephen Frank Scota, National Guard Chief Warrant Officer 5.
Be it resolved that the Monroe County Legislature hereby expresses its deepest sympathy at the recent passing of Stephen F. Scota, National Guard Warrant Officer 5, and whereas Steve passed away tragically on January 20th, 2021 at the age of 54. And whereas Steve was born on April 29th, 1966 in Gloversville, New York to loving parents Frank and Barbara Scota. He spent most of his early life in Johnstown, where he treasured the outdoors and nature in the foothills of the Adirondacks. From a young age, he had an adventurous spirit and sense of duty, which brought him into the U.S. Army and stationed at a base in Alaska, where his career of service began. Following his first tour of duty, he pursued collegiate studies in communications, public policy, and engineering. Determined to become a helicopter pilot, Steve enlisted in the Army National Guard. And whereas Steve's military helicopter pilot career took root in New York Army National Guard Company 1-171 in Rochester, New York. Spirit for adventure never left him, and he was fascinated to always learn more and become more skilled in all aspects of his profession. Steve's work with the Guard took him to 2 tours to Afghanistan, where he piloted medical evacuation helicopters with teams dedicated to navigate and land under fire to fly injured U.S. Marines and Allied forces to advanced medical facilities. His career was filled with many deployments providing support and aid in natural disasters and emergencies. And wherever Steve ventured, everyone he came in contact with loved working with him. His kind and generous spirit and need for adventure led him to a fulfilled life of serving others. And whereas Steve will be remembered for his love and dedication to his family, especially his loving mother, sisters, and many nieces and nephews. Be it further resolved that the Clerk of the Legislature is hereby requested to forward a copy of this resolution to the bereaved family. This resolution was adopted unanimously, with each legislator rising in his or her place for a moment of silence.
Agenda item number 34, moved by legislator Brew and seconded by legislator Felder. Will the clerk please read the resolution expressing regret of the Monroe County Legislature on the recent passing of Christian Koch, National Guard Chief Warrant Officer 4.
Be it resolved that the Monroe County Legislature hereby expresses its deepest sympathy at the recent passing of Christian Koch, National Guard Chief Warrant Officer 4, and whereas Christian passed away tragically on January 20th, 2021 at the age of 39. Is whereas Christian grew up in the York-Leicester area and graduated from York Central Schools in 1999. He later went on to study mathematics at the State University of New York College at Brockport before enlisting in the National Guard in 2000. Christian graduated second in his basic training class with honors and was immediately awarded a slot in the U.S. Army Airborne Jump School and assigned to the A Company, 1st Battalion, 108th Infantry, based in Geneseo, New York. And whereas in 2004, Christian was accepted into Warrant Officer School at Fort Rucker, Alabama, and went on to attend flight school. He was deployed to Iraq during Operation Iraqi Freedom from 2008 to 2009, where he flew supplies and personnel. Upon his return, he schooled for his UH-60 Blackhawk instructor pilot rating and completed the Aviation Warrant Officer Advanced course. Following that, he went on to serve in the Afghanistan campaign through 2013 as a medical evacuation pilot, saving countless lives. He participated in Operation Noble Eagle, guarding the northern border and the Gunay nuclear power plant following the tragedy of 9/11. Throughout his training and active duty, Christian served the community in as many ways as he could. Whereas Christian's hard work and drive led him to become a senior instructor pilot for his unit. His motivation and infectious personality made him a great soldier, leader, and father. He will forever be renowned for his family hikes, backyard fires, creating prairie houses, pulling practical jokes, paddleboarding with his wife, and being a superhero dad to his children. And whereas Christian was a true American hero who lived his life serving his country, saving lives, supporting his community, and especially loving his family. His wife, Teresa, his children, Everett, Addison, and bonus children, Ari and Talia. His mother, Josephine, father, David, and brothers, Scott and David, and their families. His generosity, selflessness, leadership, and love will be remembered by all. Be it further resolved that the Clerk of the Legislature is hereby directed to forward a copy of this resolution to the bereaved family. This resolution was adopted unanimously, with each legislator rising in his or her place for a moment of silence.
Agenda item number 35 is moved by legislator Brew and seconded by legislator Felder. Will the clerk please read the resolution expressing regret of the Monroe County Legislature on the recent passing of David Shed Miller, stepfather of Monroe County legislator Tracy DeFlorio.
Be it resolved that the Monroe County Legislature hereby expresses its deepest sympathy at the recent passing of David Shed Miller, beloved stepfather of Monroe County legislator Tracy DeFlorio. And whereas David passed away on January 24th, 2021, with his loving family at his side. And whereas David grew up with his parents, Edmund and Mary Miller, who instilled in him the hard work and dedication he would pass on to generations. His father, Edmund, owned an upholstery shop in Brighton, New York, where he taught David the craft. David later took over the business and continued on the family tradition. The skills and lessons he learned from his father made him the meticulous worker he was known across the community. And whereas David enjoyed the littlest things in life, his attention to detail and perfection from his years of upholstery work translated into his passion and love for the game of golf, bowling, with friends, and a unique skill for always having a great hand in cards. Some of his fondest family memories were the summers he spent at his mother's family cottage on Canandaigua Lake. Most importantly, David was a generous man, giving to those less fortunate whenever he could. And whereas David is survived by his loving wife of 30 years, Phyllis Miller, his children, Lawrence, Julie, Thomas, Katie, Patricia, James, and stepdaughter Tracy, as well as 19 beloved grandchildren, great-grandchildren, siblings, Jean, Pam, and James, and nieces and nephews. And whereas David will be remembered for his love and generosity to all, he will be greatly missed by his family, community, and all who loved him. Be it further resolved that the clerk of the legislature is hereby requested to forward a copy of this resolution to the bereaved family. This resolution was adopted unanimously, with each legislator rising in his or her place for a moment of silence.
Copies of the journals of Day 1 of 2021, January 12, 2021, and Day 2 special meeting, January 26, 2021, are available through Novus Agenda. Without exception, the journal will stand approved as submitted. This meeting has been closed to the public, and all legislators are participating via teleconference in accordance with Executive Order 202.1 and 202.92. In keeping with this legislature's tradition of openness, the meeting is being live streamed on YouTube through the legislator's official channel. Everyone participating via video or teleconference will please mute their devices, except to obtain the floor or cast a vote. If seeking to obtain the floor, please simply state your name and wait for me to call on you before proceeding with your question or statement. The clerk will read the full title of each resolution to avoid any confusion as to which item is before the legislature. All votes will be held via voice vote unless a roll call is requested. Legislators, the referrals submitted to the legislature for the next committee cycle are available on Novus Agenda as well as online. There are no proclamations scheduled this evening. We will now recess for the purpose of holding a public hearing. Those wishing to address the legislature for scheduled public hearing were instructed to call a conference line. That line has been patched into this meeting. I now declare the public hearing entitled Enacting a Local Law Requiring Pharmacies to Provide Notice on the Availability of Naloxone.
We did receive one email comment. This email comes from Adam and Mary Beth Gillian. The Gillian family would like to thank the Monroe County Legislature for working together to develop and pass Maisie's Law. For us, this has been a 16-month journey led by Justin Wilcox as Maisie's Law has gone from a concept workshopped with medical professionals to legislation. We want to thank our local government for their support, including County Executive Adam Bello, Health Commissioner Mike Mendoza, and both Democrat and Republican members of the legislature, notably Jackie Smith, who joined our efforts as a co-sponsor of the bill. The journey of this bill has also been a journey for our grief. Everyone has lost someone. Too many have lost loved ones to the opioid crisis. Knowing those deaths may have been preventable is a haunting thought, especially for parents. We are hoping that Maisie's Law helps normalize naloxone in Monroe County and enables more training and proficiency in the administration of naloxone. Pointedly, we believe Maisie's Law will save lives. Most importantly, we hope the conversation the pharmacist has with the patient will enforce that while your prescription may be vital to you, it's lethal to others. Mishandling your medication is negligence, and it will cost people their lives. It cost Maisie hers. We will always love and parent our daughter Maisie, and this work honors her memory. Is there anyone else on the phone wishing to address the legislature on this matter?
Hearing none, I declare this public hearing closed. We will now reconvene the February 9th, 2021 meeting of the Monroe County Legislature. There are no formal committee reports scheduled for this evening. We will now hold the public forum. Mr. Clerk.
We have a number of individuals signed up for the public forum. I'll begin reading them now. Actually, excuse me, we are going to start, our first email comes from, bear with me one moment. Our first email comes from Shalem Nader. The comment was submitted in Spanish, so we have Ms. Beto Enriquez on the line to read it in Spanish, and then she also provided an English translation, which I will read. Ms. Beto Enriquez, are you on the line?
I'm here.
Okay. You can proceed whenever you're ready.
Okay. Buenas tardes, legisladores. En el condado de Monroe viven más de 30,000 residentes con límite de audición. Comparado con otros condados, tenemos un alto porcentaje de residentes con deficiencia auditiva, sordos, mudos y otros con impedimentos, siendo uno de ellos falta de literacia. Esta referencia le aumentaría la coordinación del condado para proporcionar servicios de interpretación, especialmente de COVID-19 para los residentes con LP, los sordos, mudos y con otros impedimentos. Va a asegurar que reciben información crítica en forma que puedan entender. Existe una necesidad crítica de este tipo de apoyo en el condado de Monroe, especialmente durante esta pandemia, a donde comunidades de residentes limitado en lenguaje de inglés, LP, han perdido la oportunidad de obtener información que no está disponible en su lenguaje y no había servicios de intérprete. Es de suma importancia que se tome acción inmediata en este asunto. La falta de intérpretes en el condado de Monroe ha subido a nivel crítico para aquellos necesitados que forman parte de ese grupo de refugiados y residentes de la comunidad de personas sordas y con falta de audición. ¿Tienes un poco perdido? ¿Te sientes un poco perdido? No incluido o visible. Nuestros residentes del condado de Monroe con límite de audición y la comunidad de personas sordas no pueden navegar a través de nuestro sistema debido al hecho de que no tienen un intérprete que los ayude brindándoles información especialmente para COVID-19, que es un problema de salud para muchos.
Thank you. The English translation. Good afternoon, legislators. Monroe County is home to more than 30,000 limited English proficient LEP community residents, many pre-literate refugees, and is one of the highest per capita deaf and hard of hearing communities. This referral would increase the coordination capacity of the county to provide translation and interpretation services, especially regarding COVID-19 for the LEP and deaf/hard of hearing communities. It would ensure they receive critical information in a format they can understand. There's critical need to have this type of support in Monroe County, especially during the pandemic, where communities with limited English proficiency, LEP, have missed critical information because it is not provided in their language and interpretation services. It is of utmost importance that action be taken in this manner. The lack of interpreters in Monroe County has risen to a critical level for those in need who are part of that group or of refugees and residents of the deaf and hard of hearing community. Feeling about loss not included or visible, our residents of Monroe County with limited English proficiency and deaf/hard of hearing community can't navigate through our system because they do not have an interpreter to assist them by providing information, especially for COVID-19, which is an important health hazard for many. Thank you. Our next comment is from Eliza DeJesus. I'm writing to express my support for the referral sponsored by legislators Roman and Hassman to amend the 2021 operating budget to fund a language access position in the county's newly created Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. All county services should be accessible to people with limited English proficient, LEP, and deaf or hard of hearing communities in the Greater Rochester area. In addition, there are many members of refugee communities who are pre-literate, which requires visual and verbal communication. Most timely and urgent is the lack of information concerning COVID-19, and I are very concerned about gaps in information and guidance available to these communities. This lack of information has increased the possibility of misinformation and confusion and may ultimately result in the exposure of people to unnecessary health risks. Language access is a crucial issue in our community because Monroe County is home to over 30,000 residents in the limited English proficient community, many pre-literate refugees, and one of the highest per capita deaf or hard of hearing communities. This referral would increase the county's capacity to provide meaningful access of communication through coordination and translation and interpretation services, especially with respect to COVID-19 for the LEP and deaf or hard of hearing communities, and ensure they receive critical information in a format they can understand. Historically, interpretation services have not been readily available at agencies providing services and across governmental systems that may have been established to serve all people in the county regardless of their languages and cultural needs. As our community continues to struggle through the pandemic, this bill can also help struggling small businesses in our area. The proposed language access position in the county can assist in providing language access in grant applications, information and dissemination, etc., which will support the county's departments dealing with economic development, education, poverty, and health matters. It is also highly relevant to immediate concerns with the pandemic. We urge you to provide the staffing needed to ensure the coordination of these much-needed translation, interpretation, and language access services are delivered as quickly as possible. Thank you for your attention to this important matter. Our next email is from Amelia DeRusha. My name is Amelia DeRusha, and I'm a social worker, and I'm currently a senior case management intern at Mary's Place Refugee Outreach. I currently work with the refugee population. I humbly ask you to consider voting for the language access bill that Legislature Roman and Legislature Hassman introduced on January 26, 2021. I personally worked with several families attempting to obtain status of their case in the Department of Health and Human Services, or have needed assistance with billing issues at either the cable company or assisted with communicating with an insurance company. In several cases, they did not have access to an interpreter. As their case manager, not the individual companies would talk with me because they needed to confirm they were speaking with the individual. However, without an interpreter, they could not speak with the individual. I have also worked in the long-term care setting where the company needs an interpreter, but the company refuses to pay for a language interpreter line. In each of these circumstances, the inability to communicate is a disservice to any population. Furthermore, without the assistance of social workers and case managers, this leads to inability to acquire necessary services and perpetuates the poverty cycle. The inability to communicate creates and perpetuates stigma, which can also mean that obtaining a job or a driver's license can be difficult. I ask that as you conduct daily business from the simplest to complex transactions, consider how language may inhibit a non-English speaking individual attempting to do exactly what you do. What if you needed to go to the hospital, yet there was nothing visibly wrong with you, and no one spoke your language, not even police? How would you get the help you need? As you think about each of these examples I've given, I again ask that you vote for the language access bill. Our next email is from Amy Woodworth. I write to you as a concerned mother, single mother, who believes our children should be back in school full time. My children are 12 and 10 and go to Spencerport schools. One of my children suffers with remote learning with depression and anxiety now and is struggling to keep up in math, as she always has, and has caused her to become depressed and withdrawn from not being able to learn in a social environment. These are her own words. I've had to seek tutoring and counseling because of her withdrawal. She will be going into middle school behind in learning and socialization because of these strict guidelines. If masks work and dividers continue to be implemented, I ask, why are we not trying to integrate our children into even one more day of in-person learning a week? Why are we not trying at least one day, Wednesdays, the day they barely do any learning? I want answers. 100% of the parents I know want answers. My other child suffers from eye strain, frequent headaches, and fatigue from being on her computer from 8 a.m. to 3 on every day. They both very badly want to be back in school. That aside, it's been extremely difficult to be able to be home with my own job and make sure they are and stay in some sort of structured environment. I know I speak on behalf of all parents who share my concern. Lastly, the CDC guidelines now say children can safely go back to school. That is the science. Schools are allowing in-person sports to resume, but not in-person learning. How can this be justified? In some Eastside schools, they have been able to resume full-time in-person learning even months ago. Spencerport has never required a shutdown or even come close to having to test students. We have never been in that zone. The science tells us schools are not where COVID is spread. I would appreciate you bringing my concerns at the next legislative meeting. Our children are our future and should not be deprived of their basic rights to learn, and we must move forward during this pandemic. I'm willing to do whatever it takes in order for that to happen. Our next email is from Audra Olson. Parents and taxpayers have been given the runaround about who approves reopening school plans for the use of barriers as alternative to the 6 feet rule. Just last week, Julie Phillips, the Chief Community Engagement Officer at the Monroe County Department of Public Health, stated, quote, "The Monroe County Department of Public Health does not explicitly prohibit or permit any of the measures schools have implemented when reopening during the pandemic, including the use of lack of barriers when physical distancing is not possible. All schools are required to follow guidance issued by the New York State Department of Health, and NYSDOH is the entity that approved all school reopening plans. Again, Monroe County has no ability to permit, prohibit, or enforce any of the measures in school reopening plans." Earlier this week, the NYSED and NYSDOH both said they do not approve reopening plans for Monroe County as they are approved at the local level. The MCDOH written guidance on their webpage that approves barriers for schools as an alternative along with the NYSDOH, CDC, and NYSED. Yet, when quizzed further about the written guidance approving barriers, Dr. Putnam, superintendent of Penfield Schools, stated although Mendoza put in writing barriers were an alternative, Mendoza told superintendents verbally otherwise. Parents are being misled about who approves school reopening plans, and we demand transparency on this issue immediately. There should never be a secret meeting where MCDOH is contradicting their own guidance verbally to superintendents. Thank you. Our next email comes from Barb Van Kerkenhoef. We are writing to provide additional context to supplement the information we shared in the action alert. There are approximately 60,000 residents in Monroe County who are members of the limited English proficient community and/or the deaf, hard of hearing community. LEP residents come to Monroe County from all over the world, including many Spanish-speaking American citizens who relocated to Monroe County after Hurricane Maria devastated Puerto Rico in 2017. Rochester has also been a significant population of refugees who speak Arabic, Nepali, Somali, and Swahili. Moreover, Rochester has the largest concentration of deaf and hard of hearing residents in the country. All of these residents should be served by the Language Access Coordinator. Lack of language access plan results in adverse impact on residents, neighborhoods, and the entire county. The goal of the language access planning and implementation is to ensure that your office or agency communicates effectively with the limited English proficient individuals. The highest adverse impact of the lack of language access plan may be evident when individuals contact the sheriff, the fire department, or other first responders in the case of a medical emergency. This letter includes some specific examples of issues arising when there's a lack of language access. Advocates at the Empire Justice Center have firsthand knowledge of many of these examples. Members of the Monroe County Language Access Coalition have shared these concerns based on their personal experience. For instance, last week, Spanish-speaking seniors went to receive COVID-19 vaccines at a clinic that is in a neighborhood with a large Spanish-speaking population. An advocate observed that these seniors were struggling with providing information as there was no one there who spoke Spanish, nor was the information written in Spanish. Although sometimes family members try to help in such situations, LEP seniors should not need to rely on relatives, including adult children who may or may not speak English well enough in such situations. Their relatives, including their children, may have to work, and many don't have paid sick leave or the ability to take time off. They have child care responsibilities for school-age children, as schools are on a hybrid during the COVID-19 pandemic. Moreover, since the slots for receiving a vaccine are limited, LEP residents Our next email is from Barbara Colucci. As members of the New York Families for Visitation Now, an advocacy group of 25 concerned families who have had loved ones in New York State long-term care facilities, we are asking you to again help us gain visitation rights now, as we approach the one-year anniversary of being locked out from visiting our loved ones due to NYSDOH regulations and directives. While most of the press focuses on nursing home deaths from COVID, there is an unseen and underreported tragedy in New York State nursing homes and other adult care facilities. Death and declines from failure to thrive, worsened dementia, weight loss, and giving up, all due to isolation. More nursing home residents will die from isolation than COVID. Thankfully, vaccines are here, but waiting for that months away pervasive solution is unacceptable. And when COVID-19 is no longer a threat, there will be another. The essential caregivers legislation that will soon be up for a vote is critical. Assembly Bill A01052A and Senate Bill S614A. These bills provide the designation of two family members who have the same access as staff and will be required to follow the same safety protocol as staff. We implore you to support this resolution in any way you can. Family members are essential of caregiving. We help to feed, clean, support, and engage them. We provide oversight, deny us access to our loved ones, has not only been the detriment of our loved ones' physical, mental, and social well-being, but is inhumane and violates their human and civil rights. You have the power to take action and fix this now. Please don't let public health policy get in the way of the rights of individual human beings in the time that they may have left. Thank you. Our next email comes from Barbara Green. Language access is important in Monroe County because it is home to over 30,000 residents in the limited English proficient LEP community, many pre-literate refugees, and has the highest per capita deaf or hard of hearing communities. This referral would increase the county's coordination capacity to provide translation and interpretation services, especially with respect to COVID-19, for the LEP and deaf or hard of hearing communities, and ensure they receive critical information in a format they can understand. There's a crucial need for this kind of support in Monroe County, especially during the pandemic, where limited English proficient LEP communities have missed out on critical information because it was not provided in their native language, and interpretation services have not been readily available at agencies providing services. I urge you to support legislation and provide the staffing needed to ensure the coordination of these much needed translation, interpretation, and language access services are delivered as quickly as possible. Next email comes from Kathy Richardson. I'm writing to urge you to enact a gun dealer's code of conduct law, giving law enforcement the tools they need to create oversight, accountability, and enforcement of over the 1 to 5% of gun dealers operating in Monroe County who supply up to 90% of the crime guns recovered on our streets. A gun dealer's code of conduct law creates security, business, and sales standards that dealers must operate under, establishing accountability and deterrence for the small percentage of reckless dealers who supply crime guns to our streets. These recovered crime guns are linked to murders of first responders, law enforcement officers, and loved ones, and are used in other crime gun activity, leaving survivors with a lifetime of injury and trauma. It's the unchecked, reckless sales, security, and business practices of a few gun dealers that feeds crime, gun diversions, and gun trafficking, allowing dealers who supply these guns to operate with impunity, while Monroe County families are left to bury the dead. We know the majority of crime guns supplied to our streets are sold by dealers operating somewhere in New York State. You have the duty and authority to hold Monroe County gun dealers accountable and protect children and families from these inexcusable, dangerous practices. These practices result in catastrophic loss of life occurring for decades, where Black and brown youth to young adults aged 15 to 34 die from gun homicides at a rate that are 16 times the national population. We also know the failure to address the supply source for crime guns, allowing guns to be diverted into communities of color, resulting in harmful economic loss, depressed home prices, reduced retail and service industry access, reduced investment and income opportunities, and a cascade of harm contributing to poverty, educational, and social disadvantages. This legislature has the authority to remedy this harm by holding gun dealers accountable for their actions. I urge you to remedy this injustice and enact a gun dealer's code of conduct now. Our next email is from Brittany Jensick. Good evening. My name is Brittany Jensick, and I'm the president of Parents Helping Parents Coalition of Monroe County, and I'm a mother of 21 children, 14 of whom have special needs. Our family has been using the services of early intervention, preschool special education for the last 18 years, and I've been advocating for improvements in these programs for the last couple of years. For so many of us, COVID has made life even more challenging than it was before. Families are facing unemployment, loss of income, child care challenges, educational struggles, and certainly health concerns. It is more important than ever to take care of the most vulnerable members in this community, and early intervention and preschool special education programs play a crucial role in doing this. However, the number of referrals to EI has drastically decreased. The number of children being serviced by EI in New York State fell by 12% for those children still enrolled. Service delivery fell 29%. And throughout the state, the provider shortage is worse than ever. We're missing out on services during a crucial time period for these kids and these families. We appreciate the proposals that have been included in the budget. However, there is still work to be done. We need your support at the state level. Specifically, we are advocating for passage of the Covered Lives Assessment. This will hold commercial insurance companies accountable for their fair share of early intervention services. It is budget neutral and has bipartisan support. A true cost assessment of the methodology used to determine rate setting for EI and preschool special education services as a step towards a 10% increase in reimbursement rates. Passage of the Board of Regents proposal to guarantee parity and annual increases in funding between public schools and preschool special education programs. Passage of the Health Care Workforce Data Bill to establish the regular collection and release of information, including but not limited to data pertaining to early intervention. The early intervention and preschool special education programs have made immeasurable differences in my children's lives and the lives of so many other families in this community. I will close with a quote I've shared with before. Mahatma Gandhi said, "The true means of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members." We can't ignore the needs of these programs, these providers, these families, and especially these children. Our next email comes from Cassie Dunn. Another month has passed since I last wrote to this legislative body imploring you to take action on reopening our schools. As you know, Cuomo has taken the stance that New York State is not the obstacle preventing schools from reopening. Since last we spoke, important developments have occurred. First, CDC has announced its absolute support for having children back in physical school settings 5 days a week. Quote, "There's increasing data to suggest that schools can safely reopen, and that safe reopening does not suggest that teachers need to be vaccinated," close quote. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky told reporters during a White House news briefing on COVID-19. Second, our own Monroe County superintendents have been notified that they cannot reopen due to the social distancing requirements imposed upon them by Monroe County Department of Health. Furthermore, many districts have indicated that they are already planning a remote school year start for fall in letters to their parents. Finally, officials of Dr. Mendoza's office have indicated in email that, quote, "Monroe County has no ability to permit, prohibit, or enforce any of the measures in school reopening plans," close quote. Yet we know from our superintendents that plans were reviewed and rejected by Monroe County DOH. Time to get to the bottom of this. Help us to find out whether Monroe County DOH overstepped and misled our schools, or whether they need to take accountability for their role and adjust the restrictions that they have placed on this county in excess of New York's guidelines. Please, we are failing an entire generation of American children. This needs to end. Investigate this. Our next email is from Kathleen Slocum. I've had the privilege to be asked to speak at a press conference in regards to having one family member as an essential caregiver to be allowed into their senior nursing facilities and assisted livings. We are begging for this resolution to be signed by all. It is imperative that we let family in to monitor their loved ones. My father, who's a 33-year Army veteran who guarded the Capitol, Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, President Truman, and did honor burials at Arlington National Cemetery, is now at the end of his life. We are no longer able to spend the time needed with him. We no longer know if he's getting proper care. He is now refusing to eat and just lies in bed most of the time. We used to visit him every day and have meals with him. He no longer has us like he used to when the depression set in. My stepdad now has constant health issues, falls a lot. We get calls, but there's nothing we can do. Facility calls about certain things, but there's nothing we can do because we can't get in to monitor. We can't get in to see why this is happening, why he's constantly falling, why he's constantly getting infections. Please sign the resolution and let one family member in as essential caregivers, and add an amendment that it can be enacted right away. We love our parents, and our family is a vital part of the care and well-being. It's so sad that families have to beg to see their loved ones. Are we living in a communist country? Please sign. We are begging. Thank you. Our next email is from Christine Kaluki. Our mother has dementia and resides at the Friendly Home in Rochester, Monroe County. We used to visit her every day for the 10 years she had been there. We do not know how many more months she will be with us, as she will turn 102 years old on February 18th. Our visits abruptly stopped on March 12th when all nursing homes shut down due to COVID. Since then, most of our contact has been through Zoom with occasional window visits during the summer months. Given her dementia, she is often unaware that we are even there, as it is difficult for her to get her attention without touch and physical presence. We were granted compassionate caregiver status due to Mom's clinical condition on October 2nd. Since then, we have been allowed one weekly visit. However, as soon as the staff member or resident tests positive for COVID in her unit, the visits are halted for 14 days. This has resulted in very few visits since then, 8 in 4 months. Those of us with loved ones in long-term care facilities are now at the point of extreme frustration and outright anger. We are losing them not from COVID, but from failure to thrive. We are seeing that those remain deteriorate and decline and worsen dementia, significant weight loss, and just plain on giving up on the will to live, all due to isolation. Our mother has slipped further into her own little world, sleeping more and reacting less. She cannot engage as she used to. She has lost 20 pounds. While New York State's focus has been on controlling COVID infections, the isolation is unaddressed. Denying us access to our loved ones has not only been heartbreaking for us, but cruel for their physical, mental, and social well-being. It is inhumane and violates their human and civil rights. There is an essential caregiver legislation that will soon be up for a vote, Senate Bill S-614A and Assembly Bill A-01052A. Family members are a critical part of caregiving. We help to feed, clean, support, and stimulate them. We provide oversight. Our attempts to move the ball forward with the DOH has essentially failed in the time frame that we need. We ask that you sign the letter about the essential caregiver resolution and send it to the governor. You have the power to do something about this. Please help us. Our next email is from David Richardson. I'm writing to voice support for Monroe County Legislature moving to enact a gun dealer's code of conduct law. Publicly accessible data indicates up to 90% of recovered crime guns can be repeatedly traced back to 5% of gun dealers. This is a stunning statistic which suggests that repeated carelessness by a minority of gun retailers is responsible for enabling a disproportionate amount of crime involving a firearm. Moreover, a 2016 report by NYSAG Schneiderman indicates that the majority of crime guns recovered in Monroe County originate from suppliers inside New York State. These data suggest that cutting off the few internal sources of supply could have a meaningful impact on the number of crime guns currently circulating in our community. The impactful effect of a reckless minority of gun retailers upon our society is perpetuated by a failure to hold these individuals accountable. Even if a majority of gun retailers practice their profession responsibly, the data shows how noble efforts by many can be overwhelmed by the few, yet prolific retailers who operate carelessly. A gun dealer's code of conduct law would codify standards for safe business practices with minimum security standards for operation to prevent the diversion of guns into the criminal markets by reducing the likelihood of straw purchases, theft, or loss of firearms and inventory. This would spare those retailers who already practice responsible professional standards and protect their professional reputations from tarnishing influence of those who act irresponsibly. Most importantly, this law would mitigate the harmful impact upon our society that can otherwise be produced by a few retailers who fail to discharge their responsibility to protect and maintain their communities. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration of this matter. Our next email is from Deborah Antonides. I'm writing today to urge you and the Monroe County Legislature to enact a gun dealer's code of conduct law. Such a law would help prevent both loss and theft of guns occurring from gun dealers and gun shops. It would also help to establish oversight, enforcement, and accountability for the 5% of gun dealers who are supplying 90% of the guns used in crime locally. I hope that you'll take a moment to let those numbers sink in. The city of Rochester specifically suffers from gun trafficking and gun crime diversions in that the majority of crime guns recovered on our streets are being sold by New York State gun dealers operating somewhere within our state. It's past time for Monroe County legislators to give law enforcement the tools they need to shut down gun trafficking and crime gun diversions. It's time to protect our children, especially our black and brown children, our families, and our communities. Too many of our loved ones have already been taken by gun violence with these weapons. As legislators, your job is to protect and ensure the safety of our families. I urge you to enact immediately by enacting a gun dealer's code of conduct into law. You will be saving lives by doing so. Next email is from Dennis Richardson. I'm urging you to locally address the rampant rise in deadly gun violence we are witnessing throughout the United States. We have experienced the impact of such violence here in our greater Rochester community. Collectively, we have mourned the unnecessary tragic loss of lives among our children and neighbors. A simple and effective requirement that the majority of law-abiding gun dealers and gun owners support is a gun dealer's code of conduct. Such a law will not burden the operations of our law-abiding businesses and will actually benefit them by reducing and eliminating unlawful revenue streams for the reckless dealers. Legitimate dealers will also benefit from promoting themselves as a local business that actively care about the well-being of our citizenry. At the same time, our law enforcement agencies will be strengthened with means to address the small percentage, 1 to 5% of gun dealers who traffic 90% of the illegal transactions. This law will further protect our first responders by reducing yet one more deadly force that they now won't have to worry about in their care and protection of all of us. I fully respect the rights of citizens to own guns. However, I'm 100% opposed to allowing illegitimate deadly weapons to be brought to our streets with the intention and outcome of threatening, harming, and killing our children and their families. Please take action on this promptly in the interest of law-abiding gun dealers, law enforcement personnel, first responders, and the well-being of individual citizens and our community overall. Thank you. Our next email is from Elaine DePaulo. I have been watching my grandchildren being isolated by their lack of interaction in a school community. This has gone on for almost a year now. Time and time again, we have seen research that infection rates in schools is very, very low. It's your responsibility to figure out how all schools in Monroe County can open full-time. There's so much information out there that should allow you to open the schools. Please make this a priority. These children are losing out on their childhood. All I see is one body of government to another body of government to another body of government, pushing the blame back and forth. This needs to be figured out. Our next email is from Elizabeth Maxwell. I want to take a moment to discuss PSE with you. While I was fortunate to be able to retain my early intervention providers during this year of COVID-19, it didn't come without costs. I chose to take my child out of a 2.5-hour-a-day, 4-day-a-week program and go to a 3-day teletherapy schedule with one 2.5-hour in-person session. My 3.5-year-old has been getting teletherapy 3 days a week, one session of in-person for 2.5 hours, 1 day a week. I thought all this would work at first because there was less transition. What we found out is that teletherapy, as good as intended to be, falls very short. Mind you, we've been doing at least 2 hours of teletherapy a week since last April. Last week, I was offered an extra time slot for an in-person service. Yes, this means I incur more travel expenses that are not reimbursed through the PSE program, but I took it because we needed to see if it would help. The added session has reduced behaviors, aggression, and increased listening skills. I love my child's providers. I would not trade them at all, nor would I regret my decision for 2 days instead of 4. What is the point? Good question. Teletherapy is not working in most cases without utilizing excessive prompting, constant bribery, and is not creating the desired outcome for children. While parents are a child's first teacher, children look at us as mom and dad, not teacher or provider. Overall communication has been good between the providers as well as the PSE chair in my district. Going forward, we need to find solutions that benefit the individual child at this time because one size fits all does not always work. Thank you for your time. Our next email is from Galzi Randazzo Marchese. I'm writing to you this email on February 8th, 2021. It's the 2-month anniversary of my grandmother's passing. She was not a victim of COVID, but instead a prisoner for the remaining 9 months of her life. Her final season was robbed from her, which led to her drastic deterioration and left our family shattered. What she endured, along with countless others, is completely inhumane. After 11 months of isolation, our seniors and veterans have been reduced to shells of their former selves. The threats at hand are just as deadly as COVID-19, our starvation, isolation, and neglect. Simply put, it's genocide. The photo attached has been below in reason we need essential caregivers. My grandfather refused to leave his wife's side and stayed by her bedside her final 12 hours. He held her hand, he talked to her about all their memories, he comforted her. He encouraged her to try and eat, he gave her water. Our elders, staff, and families need essential caregivers. They have needed them for months. Stop allowing our elders to die from isolation and failure to thrive. Our next email is from Heather Hansen. We as a provider community are deeply grateful for the attention and priority this current legislature has placed on early childhood services in Monroe County. Thank you for following through on commitments to once again raise related service preschool special education rates effective July of this year, as well as to hire additional service coordinators for early intervention program. Still, there are some concerning trends and statistics I'd like to share with you tonight. Recent statewide data shows that the number of children enrolled statewide in EI has fallen 12% during the pandemic, and for those still enrolled, the services delivered fell by 29%. Our experience has been consistent, if not worse, than the statewide data. Step by step, when comparing to January 2020, we saw a 40% drop in EI services and a 67% decrease in preschool special education services delivered in April 2020. While some services have rebounded, the trend has persisted, and by December 2020, had a decrease of 17% for EI services and 45% for CPSE services delivered compared to January. At the same time, we are experiencing decreasing availability of providers, with many providers either leaving the early childhood system completely or significantly decreasing their availability to work. In heavily female-dominated workforce, we are experiencing trends born out of national data that suggests that over 4.6 million payroll jobs have been lost by women in the U.S. since the pandemic began, and over 2 million women have simply left the workforce completely. When you combine the overall drop in number of services delivered and number of children enrolled with decreasing workforce, we are very concerned. We all know there has not been enough spontaneous resolution to this magnitude of the development needs of children birth through 5 in our community, but that families are simply not seeking out services to the extent they did prior to the pandemic. While we know there are many factors contributing to individual decisions around service delivery and workforce during the pandemic, we are concerned about what will happen when children are identified once again as needing those critical services. Please do not let down your guard and continue to prioritize and advocate for these critical services. Our next email is from Jessica Teitler. 2 very simple things that you have heard over and over again. 1, our seniors are dying alone. Family members are suffering alone. This is not Democrat versus Republican issue. This is a human rights issue. Elderly locked up in nursing homes need support from their family, and as do those in hospitals, especially when they are incapacitated and cannot speak for themselves. There's absolutely no reason at all that someone cannot get a test to support their loved ones in nursing homes and hospitals. Testing can be done to gain entry into a football game, and testing can be wasted at schools that no longer have the requirements to keep testing, yet keep doing so. This is a waste. Health goes beyond COVID, and many of our family members are being deemed failure to thrive from isolation. Get up and help protect our vulnerable. It's your duty. Second issue, open our schools. The state says it's a local decision. The local health department points to the state, and superintendents are pointing at everyone. There's no written requirement anywhere that states 6 feet mask, it's 6 feet or a mask, and barriers are written in the guidelines as acceptable. Mendoza-Bello legislators, this is not a game. Our children need to be in school 5 days a week. Follow the science. Children are unsung heroes and taking the brunt of something that hardly affects them. Our next email is from Joanne Ballett. I'm writing to urge you to allocate funding in the county budget to create a full-time equivalent position or positions to oversee and implement language access services for the deaf and hard of hearing and limited English proficiency. We cannot expect residents who do not speak or understand English to be able to comprehend directions, instructions, commands, etc. We are now in a healthcare crisis and the COVID-19 virus. We cannot expect our immigrant neighbors who are pre-literate to follow protocols or even know how to go about helping themselves or their families. Nor can it be an expectation that if one of our residents doesn't understand English, that we must understand, then they must understand Spanish. There are more than 2 languages. In fact, at last count, I believe the RCSD had 36 different languages represented in the district. I urge you to provide the staffing needed to ensure that the many needed services such as translation and interpretation are delivered as soon as possible. Our next email is from Joanne Thomas. First, thank you to all our Monroe County legislators. My name is Joanne Thomas. I'm the daughter of SFC George Miles Sr. and the stepdaughter of Norman Van Ass. My parents are residents in an assisted living facility in our community. My father served and protected our city and our country for over 30 years. He's a veteran, a hero, and I'm Daddy's little girl. For 11 months, we have watched him decline through windows and Zoom. We held pictures of him in our streets. We held rallies, and we called and emailed and had meetings with many of you. We told you our loved ones didn't have the luxury of time, but no one listened. We buried our parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and dear friends from the cruel isolation, and soon my family would bury our hero, our dad. He is now in hospice due to the effects of the isolation. I urge you to sign the resolution for an essential caregiver. Please do not let the fate of my father and so many of those we loved be the fate of those waiting. Many, like my dad, served and protected us without question. It's beyond time that we do the same for them. Thank you for your prayers. Thank you, and prayers for all those we love. Our next email is from Dorothy Carlone. I lost my father last year on March 27, 2020, heart failure and failure to thrive. She slowly starved to death, not eating for 2 weeks without me there every day to encourage her to eat and give her vitamin supplements she needed to maintain her health. She died a slow, painful death, thin, mottled, and emaciated, grasping for every breath as I held her hand. Her death, like so many others, could have been avoided if family members who came in every day had cared for their loved ones who had been allowed to continue to do so with precautions. Locking out family caregivers killed hundreds of our seniors because the facilities did not and do not have the staff necessary to provide the care needed to maintain their health and well-being. My mother's case was compounded by the fact that they refused to allow her personal physician, who is and currently licensed in New York State, to continue to treat her, as they had been doing so in the facility with their knowledge and implied consent at least 15 months, several times a week. Her rights under federal Medicare, Medicaid regulations were denied by the facility we had trusted to care for her. The governor says all federal rules were followed. Not true. Another mom, Mrs. Post, suffered from the same painful death in the same facility, losing over 40 pounds in 6 weeks, according to her daughter, her medical records, in the hospitals where they sent her to die. I'm sure there are hundreds of others of cases of severe and extreme weight loss in facilities across the state. Simply placing a tray of food and beverages in front of residents is not feeding them. My observation and question to all of you is, does this new death count, which appears low, include all the seniors who died from starvation, isolation, and neglect? How about the thousands who died from broken heart, starvation, dehydration, infections, isolation, neglect, and in some cases, gross negligence? If you include all these deaths, I'm sure the count is well over 20,000. This is not acceptable. You are allowing the violation of their civil rights. By not acting, you are allowing their slow and painful deaths. We need these facilities open now. People are dying as we speak. Allowing them to die from SIN is not acceptable. Stop talking and help us. Our seniors' lives depend on it. Our next email comes from Karen Daniels. Hello. It's appalling that almost a year into the pandemic, family members are still not allowed in nursing homes to see their loved ones. The idea that it's to help keep the elderly safe is ridiculous. They have still been getting COVID either from staff or patients sent to nursing homes too early. And in fact, not seeing their families is causing other issues too. People are dying from failure to thrive because they are lonely or are dying from catching COVID regardless of the visiting policy. My friend's dad hasn't seen him besides through a window for almost a year. The first and last time she saw him was when he died in a hospital from COVID. How fair is that? Please allow at least one family member in to see the elderly and help ensure they are cared for. Thank you. Our next email is from a group of physicians. To Mayor Lovely Warren, Police Chief Cynthia Harriet Sullivan, Mr. Michael Mazzio, and the Rochester City Council. It is with outrage and despair that we, a group of Rochester physicians undergoing training in the care of children, write this letter in response to the horrifying and inexcusable treatment of the 9-year-old girl on Harris Street on the afternoon of Friday, January 29, 2021. The events that took place on that day were unacceptable. We demand change. It is our job to heal, care for, and advocate for youth of the Rochester community. It's our task and duty to do what we can to prevent and address adverse childhood events, including the stressful trauma and violence that befall the children we serve. How long will our community fail to protect our children from the everyday violence inflicted by our own civil servants? As the newest generation of doctors to take care of children, we know that Rochester children deserve better. For them, we demand action. We are speaking out against the practice and policies of our law enforcement system that has inflicted additional trauma and physical injuries on children of color. We consider Mr. Mazzio and the Rochester Police Locust Club accomplices in fostering the system of police brutality and racism that in the city due to their refusal to denounce this and other similar events. We support increasing funding for the Monroe County Forensic Intervention Team program so that they may be present at every mental health call in the area. We support the Police Accountability Board, which was significantly and unjustly weakened by the Rochester Police Locust Club and Mr. Mazzio, despite being backed by 75% of Rochesterians. We support increasing the Police Accountability Board's role in jurisdiction and furthermore support elevating community voices in determining policing policy changes in Rochester. The death of Daniel Prude last year made our city cry, rage, and kneel in protest. Now, even a full year after his tragic and unnecessary death, Rochester is back at the national headlines for police brutality, this time against a young girl crying for her father. This must stop. Mayor Warren, we demand collaboration and partnership between the City of Rochester and the Golisano Children's Hospital community and its specialized practitioners working in trauma-informed care and psychology in order to create a specific and evidence-based systematic change that prevents acts of violence and racial injustice against children and adults. We demand that allocation of funds. Next email is from Kim Brown. My name is Kim Brown, and my mother is in a nursing home in Rochester. When all this started, my mom would respond to me and even hold a cup of coffee, taking sips without being prompted. Now my mother's decline has become so severe that she is in hospice and barely responds to stimuli. I'm allowed in the facility now only because my mom is dying. I have lost her last year with her. We have begged, pleaded, and done news interviews, shared our stories, our tears, and our souls, trying to open the eyes of the lawmakers who chose to blind us. Please pass the Essential Caregivers Resolution now, today. We do not have the luxury of time, and neither do our loved ones. My mom was a geriatric nurse for over 40 years. She would never leave her patients, as she has been left over and over again, sitting in urine and feces. For hours. Medication is not given, and nobody knows anything about it. Uncomfortable. Mouth dry with thirst. No respect, dignity, or regard for my mom. Imagine all the residents who do not have anyone speaking for them. Staff is not family. Saved our loved ones. Allow the essential caregivers in today. The enclosed photos were taken this past weekend. It's so bad you cannot make this up. Please help. Next email is from Annie Brown. My name is Annie Brown, and I'm the wife of Kim Brown. For a year, I've watched my wife cry, lose sleep, stand out in the heat, stand out in the cold, and get physically sick over watching her mom slip away through a window. She even stood on the corner of her mother's nursing home by herself for hours with a sign and a bullhorn begging for the governor access to her mom. Not only is the essential caregiver critically necessary for the residents, but my wife has been stripped away from her mother at the end of season of her life. I lost my mother some years ago, and I cannot imagine someone, the governor or state official, telling me I cannot be with my mother at the end of her life. It is like the families are being punished for not having our loved ones at home with us. It is not doing any good as far as COVID, because literally everyone in my mother-in-law's facility has been sick. So what's the sense of keeping families separated? Does Governor Cuomo now want to admit he was wrong? Please see the need for the essential caregiver in nursing homes and long-term care facilities. Thank you for your time. Next email is from Kim Dewar. Please accept this written statement. Comments from Kim Dewar, Vice President of Parents Helping Parents Coalition of Monroe County, co-chair of the local Early Intervention Coordinating Council for Monroe County, and parent of a child with special needs. Our coalition was pleased to hear about the county-driven provider rate increases that will be implemented and the additional service coordination positions that have been created. We'd like to thank you all for your advocacy on behalf of our community's children, families, and providers. We realize that much of the service coordinating staff, as well as most of the county's children developmental staff, has been reassigned to COVID duties. Therefore, the increase will not quite be seen in practice yet. We are hopeful that the county will make it a priority to assign all staff that provide children developmental services to their pre-COVID duties as soon as possible, so that we are able to properly serve this vulnerable population with attention it deserves. Parents Helping Parents ran a series of surveys to parents and providers in Monroe County since COVID began, specifically comparing summer service provisions, telehealth, to what has been experienced since the beginning of the school year, telehealth and in person, for both early intervention and preschool special education programs. If any member of the legislature would like to complete the results of those surveys, we're more than happy to share them. An extremely concise summary is that both families and providers agree that both over the summer and in the fall, in-person services are preferred over telehealth services and are desired to be increased. Less progress is being made, or it's unclear if progress is being made from telehealth services versus in person. Over the summer, services were not even offered via telehealth in compliance with IFSPs and IEPs. Since the fall, IEPs at the preschool level continue to be reported as being out of compliance, and preschool special education services have not been delivered at the same prioritization level as school age, despite being under the same umbrella. Barriers to success in telehealth are that many families in our community continue to opt out of services for many legitimate reasons: access to telehealth device and internet, access to PPE for providers implementing in-person services, and provider telehealth training should continue to be an advocacy effort by the county in order to reach as many children as possible. We continue to be concerned that there are many families that our surveys did not even reach, children that are being left behind, families that are being unsupported. Next email is from Deborah Labello. The ache of a daughter's heart for her mother in isolation. My mom had 3 strokes in February 2020 that left her dependent on everyone else. Paralyzed, loss of memory and vision, and speech is impaired. We as a family could not help her. Devastated. March 10th, she went to St. Anne's. On March 11th, she was quarantined. She has lost weight and would not eat. I am watching my mother die a slow death as she tells me she wishes she was dead. She wishes she could kill herself. I Zoom with her for 15 minutes once a week. She's giving up. Please help find in your heart to sign the essential caregiver resolution and send it to the governor. Family members are willing to take a COVID test, enter, and wear PPE. Human touch is so important to everyone. Human touch has been taken out of humanity by my mother. We need to be able to be in these facilities now. I cannot even believe that I have to send this letter and have to be an essential caregiver of my mother. To plead to have you sign the resolution. I never experienced such grief in my life. I work in behavioral and mental health, and the effects of COVID-19 is called devastation. I have to accept that I may never see my mom live again. Please sign the resolution. May God lead you to sign the paper. In Jesus' name, amen. The next email is from Laura Caridi. As I stood outside my mother's nursing home today, I wondered if I should be there, as I know the question she will ask and I will have no answer. It was 21 degrees outside as I waited for her to be brought to the window. I wanted to bring her an early Valentine's gift. She was so happy to get an orchid and some sponge candy, her favorite. I bought the mini ones as she lost her teeth over a month ago and has not been eating well since she can't chew. Seeing the smile was priceless. That is, until it turned to sadness as she realized I was outside and was very cold. She wants to know when I will be able to come in, just like every time I come and see her. My mom has had both shots. I asked each of you to think about how you would feel if your parent was in a nursing home and you were not allowed to be in the same room as them because they are sick or you are sick, not because the government says you can't. It has been 11 months since I have held my mother's hand, and at 93, I don't know how much more time my mother has on this earth. This is not a Republican issue or a Democrat issue. It is a people issue. I ask that you all work together to help families reunite. Please help families push for an essential caregiver to be allowed into nursing homes. If hospitals can allow for visitors, why can't nursing homes immediately allow for one family member to help in the care of their loved one? I also ask if the legislation is passed that take effect immediately, not 90 days, not 60 days, not 30 days, but now. We have lost way too many loved ones to failure to thrive to wait any longer. The next email comes from Lindsay Royston. Thank you, President Carbone and the Legislature, for hearing public comments. Many constituents are pleased to see movement with the bill put forth by Assemblymember Bronson and Senator May to address the visitation challenges with nursing homes and long-term care facilities with the support from every member of the Rochester Democratic delegation. Thank you to the members of this legislature that have advocated for nursing home visitation to your superiors. While this bill is a start, it does not fix many of the challenges families face. As such, continued advocacy from each and every single one of you is required, and your signature on the resolution for long-term care facilities is wholeheartedly requested. Senator May this morning blocked subpoenas of the health department to gain more answers related to the nursing home deaths caused by the March 25th executive order signed by Governor Cuomo, Andrew Zucker, and Sally Dreslin. It would appear as though the aforementioned bill is in place to placate the public, not provide answers and accountability to those who have failed our communities. I'd like to request that this legislative body stop covering for our county health commissioner and county executive and start demanding answers and transparency from Dr. Mendoza and Adam Bello. Rensselaer County did not follow the executive order to place COVID-19 positive patients into nursing homes, and that saved lives. Why has this legislative body not held a public call with Dr. Mendoza and Adam Bello to answer questions surrounding the fact that Monroe County has the 4th highest death rate in nursing homes? These, of course, are not only issues of the public and all of you would like answers to. Where have all the county's CARES Act money gone? Erie County has released their detailed budgets. Why does Monroe County not release such a report? Why has there been zero coverage or concern of the lawsuits involving RGH and their intentional and cruel withholding of treatment of COVID-19? Why did the family have to sue the system to receive the treatment they had started and that was working? Is there a conflict of interest with vaccines being trialed at these health systems and the treatments they are willing to give or withhold? Why are Monroe County schools held to be more draconian reopening guidelines than the rest of the state? Has this legislative body given Adam Bello and Dr. Mendoza added power and authority to overstep already crushing mandates? While many of you may be paralyzed by the upcoming election, please take special note that populations of people are now paying attention and in the game that have never been before. Your action and action will mean a lot more people this time around. Our next email is from Lucia Colindrez Vasquez. On behalf of the Community Health Workers Association of Rochester, Inc., we'd like to express our support for the referral sponsored by legislators Roman and Hassman to amend the 2021 operating budget to fund a language access position in the county's newly created Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. All county services should be accessible to people in the limited English proficient LEP and deaf or hard to hear communities in Greater Rochester area. Also, there are many members of the refugee communities who are pre-literate, which require visual and verbal communication. Most timely and urgent is the lack of information concerning COVID-19, and we are especially worried about gaps in information and guidance available to these communities. This lack of information has increased the possibility of misinformation, confusion, and may ultimately result in people's exposure to unnecessary health risks. Language access is crucial because it's a critical component of achieving health equity. Language access allows for people with limited English proficiency to use and benefit from a wide range of essential services. Not only they benefit, but also the community benefits by having long-form citizens. There's a need for understanding and the utilization of interpreters versus translators, best practices for communicating through an interpreter, preparing to communicate for a remote interpreting session, and timely follow-up translating important educational communication materials that goes out to community members. All those efforts require coordination and follow-up. As community health workers, we continue to see the many gaps in care associated with the lack of appropriate language access services. Monroe County is home to over 30,000 residents in the limited English proficient LEP community, many pre-literate refugees, and is one of the highest per capita deaf or hard to hear communities. This referral would increase the county's coordination capacity to provide meaningful access to communication through coordination of translation and interpretation services, especially concerning COVID-19 for the LEP and deaf or hard to hear communities, and ensure they receive critical information in a format they can understand. There's a critical need for this kind of support in Monroe County, especially during the pandemic, where limited English proficient LEP and deaf or hard of hearing communities have missed out on critical information because it has not been provided in their preferred method of communication. Interpretation services have not been readily available at agencies providing these services. Next email is from Maria Nahu. I would like all of you to consider the toll nursing home restrictions are having on our loved ones. You know how important family is, so imagine your mother isolated without physical contact with family. My nearly 92-year-old mother has declined enough to have moved from assisted living into a nursing home that I could not see in person beforehand and could not move her into. There is no way to personally connect with staff so that I could help transition my mother. I commend the staff and all their efforts, but they couldn't possibly know my mother as I do. Mom has fallen at least 10 times since arriving there due to confusion regarding waiting for staff to help and or needing interaction or experiencing anxiety. She has dementia, and this has worsened since March 2020 to the point where she is now more confused. She is scared and waiting for my father to come see her, even though she has understood for almost 2 years that he has died. She has said more than once that she needs me there. Can you imagine how this feels? I believe having more time with her would ease some of her anxiety. Most of us would be visiting family are older and adhering to protocols, so they won't be able to be in the facility as staff are. We are willing to follow their safety protocols. Under current circumstances, I need to be tested several times a day to see my mother 6 feet apart and not touch. Unfortunately, this is yet to happen due to COVID cases when it was time for me to visit. This is frustrating and heartbreaking for our family. I'm strongly encouraging you to support the bill for essential caregiver resolution and send it to Governor Cuomo. Our next email is from Melissa Negron. We are asking as a family to please sign the resolution for family members to be an essential caregiver. My grandfather is in an assisted living facility. Not being able to visit him has put undue stress on the family and on my grandfather. His health has declined greatly and is very close to the end of his life. He is an Army veteran of 33 years and now his country has failed him. Without being able to go in to monitor his care, he now has failure to thrive. I've seen what this has done, and I've seen what this has also done to my mother and aunt. The facility will call them with news that they fell or other concerns. There's nothing my mother or aunt can do. They can't go in. We know they are not getting the care they got before again, but there's nothing we can do. This is so very hurtful. We are a very close, loving family. We care deeply for each other. We would never do anything to jeopardize anyone's health. We would take every precaution necessary to be able to get in and monitor their care and health. Please, we are begging you to sign the resolution and add an amendment to enact right away. Please. Next email is from Michelle Dowling. My family has been struggling with the care of my grandfather and step-grandfather. They can't get in to monitor their care. We are asking you to sign the resolution and add an amendment that it be enacted right away. My grandfather is a 33-year veteran and at the end of his life. My step-grandfather is having consistent health issues. The facility is understaffed. How can families monitor their loved ones' care if they can't get in? Their health has declined. All the residents are hurting. They are imprisoned in a life without the people they love most. This governor has hurt families deeply, not just the residents, but the family members too. I have to see how hard my mother and aunt have been working to get at least one family member in as essential caregiver. They are willing to do anything to be able to get in. Family members do not want harm to come in. Their loved ones would take any precautions. Thank you. Next email is from Mike Conness. Please record our interest and concerns regarding the 2021 operating budget. Our concern is to ensure adequate language access for new Americans. Being in a new country can be confusing enough, and when services are needed, not having access to clear understanding of benefits and responsibilities can create significant problems. We house more than 300 new Americans, refugees, and asylum seekers. Our experience has been that most in need tend to be those with minimal English and cultural understanding. Without language help, the problems get exacerbated and become more costly. Our experience also shows that simple transliteration does not always become clear in understanding. We urge you to provide the staffing needed to ensure that the coordination of these much-needed translation, interpretation, and language access services are delivered as quickly as possible. Our next email is from Monica Reiser. People in New York State nursing homes need their family members as part of essential caregiving now. The cruel inhumanity of our current health policy in place since March last year is no longer supportable. Family members must be allowed access now, following staff safety protocols, to our loved ones in nursing homes. The toll of isolation is just as serious as the virus, and it is preventable. My mom, Spanish-speaking and U.S. citizen, is 97 years old. She is living in a good nursing home, but she needs my sister, who lives 5 minutes away, to visit her in person. She needs my sister's care. My mom has already beaten COVID, yet we now have to be sure of her mental health. Health stays well so that she eats again and puts on the weight she lost in time. She is now only 93 pounds. Please help and vote yes on essential caregiver legislation that will soon be up for a vote. Assembly Bill A01052A, Senate Bill S614A. Family members are an essential part of caregiving. We need to feed, clean, support, and engage them. We provide oversight. Denying us access to our loved ones has not only been a detriment to our loved ones' physical and mental and social well-being, but is inhumane and violates their human and civil rights. As a member of New York Families for Visitation Now, an advocacy group of concerned families who have loved ones in New York State long-term care facilities, I'm asking you to help us gain visitation rights now as we approach the one-year anniversary of being locked out from visiting our loved ones due to NYS DOH regulations and directives. You have the power to take action and fix this now. Please don't let public health policy get in the way of the rights of individual human beings to see their key family member caregiver in diminishing amount of time they may have left. Next email is from Nancy Berlove. It's hard to imagine what it's like to not have access to language in this country. Perhaps you have even thought, you live in America, speak our language. If you don't know English, you aren't patriotic. It is rude not to speak English. Now imagine that you have never had access to language at all. Research shows that 90% of the deaf children in the world are born to parents who can hear and don't know sign language. The vast majority of these parents are too busy working, raising other children, or unbelievably some medical person has told them it's bad to use sign language. That means that a great percentage of those deaf children aren't exposed to any formal language until they are in school at age 4 or 5. That is too late. Research data shows that delaying language acquisition means they might never become fluent in English or sign language. So how do they get along in the world? But we know that some succeed even facing serious difficulties as a child. As they become adults with jobs and families, they still never know what a fire alarm is blaring or a police officer is saying if they get pulled over, or that they can't work because there's a virus that killed over 400,000 people in America. You and I, we listen to the radio or talk with neighbors. They don't. Couldn't deaf people just read the papers, you ask? If English isn't your first language, written information is very difficult. Navigating the internet for information is nearly impossible. As an aside, I'm not anti-mask, but my husband is a fairly good lip reader, and I assure you, he struggles ordering food from a waiter wearing a mask. It is time for this community to address the needs of those who have historically been barred from full, unfettered access. What we have seen at best are Band-Aids, and they don't assuage the fears of the 25,000 deaf Rochesterians, nor do they reassure the additional 50,000 people standing by knowing their loved ones do not have full language access. The fund for a person to function as a language access overseer will begin the process of providing the community with a person/place they can turn to who will rally the necessary forces and address each unique need that individuals bring to this world. I urge you to make this first step to make things right. Next email is from Nicole Thimble. I'm asking that you all sign the resolution for a family care member to be an essential caregiver for residents in a facility. My grandfather is in an assisted living facility. He is on hospice. He's at the end of his life and only one family member can go in. My other grandfather is not and cannot have anyone come in. We need to be able to go into their rooms to see that their care is being done. We don't even know if their clothes are clean, their beds are changed, their bathrooms are cleaned, and that they are even given showers. We don't know if they are getting the medications on time. We don't know if they need any essentials. We don't even know if they are being treated with kindness. Please, families are begging for one family member to be at least essential caregiver. We need to know if they are okay. They need to know that we have not forgotten about them, that we love them. Our next email is from Megan Deschavaux. Honorable legislators, today I write to express my support for the referral sponsored by legislators Roman and Hassman to amend the 2021 operating budget to fund a language access position in the county's newly created Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Willow believes all county services should be accessible to people in the limited English proficient and deaf and hard of hearing communities in the greater Rochester area. The deaf and hard of hearing community is twice as likely to experience abuse at the hand of an intimate partner or a family member. Access to interpreters removes a huge barrier between domestic violence survivors and the life-saving services they are seeking. At times when deaf or hard of hearing survivors need assistance and an interpreter is not available, a survivor's child, hearing family member, or even the accused abuser may be asked to interpret on their behalf. This creates further trauma. Monroe County is home to one of the highest per capita deaf or hard of hearing communities in the country. This referral would increase the county's coordination capacity to provide meaningful access to communication through coordination of translation and interpretation services for the deaf or hard of hearing community, and ensure they receive critical information in a format they can understand. There is a crucial need for this kind of support in Monroe County, especially during the pandemic when instances of domestic violence have increased. The deaf and hard of hearing community has missed out on critical information because it was not providing their preferred method of communication. Interpretation service has not been readily available at agencies providing services. We urge you to provide the staffing needed to ensure the coordination of these much-needed translation, interpretation, and language access services are delivered as quickly as possible. Next email is from Pat Muir. Good evening, and thank you to the legislators for taking the time to listen. I'm writing tonight to ask for your support of essential caregiver legislation in New York State. I know you'll hear from many people tonight, so I'll only share a brief story. Yesterday, I received a call from the facility where my father resides to let me know that he'd been injured overnight. He has dementia, and his wake and sleep cycles can be disrupted. Early Monday morning, he woke at 4 a.m. and was able to get out of bed, believing it was time to get up. Chronically understaffed due to COVID, a staff person wanted him to get back into bed until additional staffers arrived for the morning shift. Trying to force the issue, he was hurt. For the past year, I've had to worry about the possibility that he would come down with COVID, the staff would bring it into the building, they did, and that he would fall or be injured because of low staffing. He ended up in the hospital needing facial surgery, and that his dementia would progress and I would miss the time we had left. All those things have come to pass. He has had both doses of the vaccine, and it means nothing to us, as he is still isolated and declining. The staff need my help, but I am still prevented from entering the building, and my father is not allowed to leave. He's a prisoner behind glass, a hostage to staff who had the right to decline a vaccine. My dad has no rights to make his own choices on how to spend his ending days. For people who would say, at least he's safe, I suggest you go spend 334 days in a small room with a weird television for company. No activities, food, not of your choice, brought and left at a table for you to eat alone, only to be able to see your family on a screen for 15 minutes separated by a window. And no hugs or no touch, no love. Our parents have been beyond strong and brave. I don't think we could stand the kind of suffering and loneliness they have gone through. We owe it to them to fight for the better. If staff can go in without a vaccine, with PPE, and be safe then, so can essential family caregivers. Please stand with us and fight for our loved ones. Next email comes from Piacieri Baranes. As part of the advocacy group New York for Family for Visitation Now, we are 25 concerned families who have loved ones in New York State long-term care facilities. We're asking you to help gain visitation rights now as we approach the one-year anniversary of being locked out from visiting our loved ones due to New York's NYS DOH regulations and directives. For 11 months, our group has lost 6 loved ones. None have died of COVID. All have died from failure to thrive. More nursing home residents will die from isolation than from COVID. My mother, who's 97, lives in a local 5-star nursing home. They are doing a very good job during this pandemic, but still my mom has lost 21 pounds, has worsened dementia, and her depression and anxiety have skyrocketed. This is inhumane. I'm an essential part of her caregiving, but I am locked out. Her risk of death simply due to normal aging is 15%, but I'm still locked out. Thankfully, vaccines are here, but waiting for that months away, a pervasive solution is unacceptable. And when COVID-19 is no longer a threat, there will be another. The essential caregiver legislation that will soon be up for a vote in New York State is critical. Assembly Bill A01052A, Senate Bill S614A. These bills provide for the designation of 2 family members who will have the same access as staff and be required to follow the same safety protocols as staff. We implore you to support this resolution any way you can. Family members are an essential part of caregiving. We need to help feed, clean, support, and engage them. We provide oversight. Denying our access to our loved ones has not only been to the detriment of our loved ones' physical and mental and social well-being, but is inhumane and violates their human and civil rights. You have the power to take action and fix this now. Please don't let the public health policy get in the way of the rights of individual human beings in the time they have left. Thank you. Our next email is from Tara Pirati. I last addressed comments to this body on November 10th. At that time, our nursing home residents had been allowed no in-person family visitation for 241 days. 241 days. Some major criminals are not sentenced to prison for that long, but innocent loved ones have been. It was claimed the isolation was for their own protection, but that, my friends, is a bold-faced lie. Fast forward 92 days to today, day 333 of isolation, our loved ones are still dying and suffering from the ill effects of isolation. Many, like my mother, get COVID. In fact, all the residents on her memory care floor did. New York State mandates did nothing to protect my mother and many, many other people. We had to sit and pray we would actually get to see our loved ones again. As bad as it was for us at home, think of the hell our loved ones went through all alone. With the end of the year 2020 came the vaccinations. I did not think my mom needed it since she had recovered from COVID, but I would do anything if it meant my mother and nursing home residents' isolation would end. So my mother and just one resident short of 100% residents in my mother's nursing home are vaccinated. They have had both doses for over a month, and still the isolation continues. Why? Does the vaccination work or not? Stop passing the buck and saying it's whoever's fault. As leaders, you should not rest until this torture of our elderly and veterans ends. Be leaders. The next email is from Richard Mueller. I'm the father of 3 children in Fairport, New York. Schools in our country have been closed or open partially for 11 months now. In my hometown of Lynbrook, New York, as well as many other public districts across the state, schools have had a minimum fully reopened for K-5 students. My district, Fairport Central, can fully reopen K-5 students if the social distancing requirement is reduced to 3 feet. My understanding is that this can be done with plexiglass barriers already purchased and sitting in storage. The excuse from my superintendent for not putting them to use is that Dr. Mendoza will not permit barriers to be installed in schools. I've reached out directly to Dr. Mendoza and to the Monroe County Department of Health to ask for Dr. Mendoza's position on barriers. The only public document from Dr. Mendoza on this topic is the attached memo, which I would also ask is put in the meeting record, which clearly permits barriers in place of a strict 6-foot social distance rule. Despite more than a dozen inquiries into this question, I have not received an answer from Dr. Mendoza on why he is forcing schools to stay closed. In fact, the only response I have received was from Julie Phillip, Chief Community Engagement Director, who insisted that Monroe County Department of Health has no ability to permit, prohibit, or enforce any measures in school reopening plans. Parents deserve an answer immediately on what is truly preventing plexiglass barriers from being installed in schools as a means of fully reopening. Will our legislators continue to passively permit this obfuscation of the county health department and district superintendents? How can we possibly trust our local officials if they won't get us answers to straightforward questions impacting the livelihood of our children? In counties across the state, schools are working with New York State to fully reopen within the guidelines. In Monroe County, this conversation has not even been able to start due to shameful overreach and dishonesty on the part of our local public health officials, leaving us stuck in the limbo of an inadequate hybrid model that is damaging our kids' development. Making this matter even more frustrating for the parents is the recent rubber stamping of the state guidelines by Dr. Mendoza to reopen youth sports. He even appeared on a radio show this past weekend to talk about what an easy decision was to allow the state guidelines on sports. A portion of that interview is linked here. I guess I'll have to sign my 3 elementary age school kids up for wrestling to get them some in-person math lessons. Next email is from Rock for Educational Freedom and Joe Mama. Good evening, legislators. Our group of almost 5,000 parents, attorneys, healthcare professionals, teachers, etc. is writing to put the following on the record. Dr. Mendoza's integrity and professionalism are in serious question. Dr. Mendoza has lied repeatedly. Dr. Michael Mendoza has monetarily and professionally benefited from COVID-19 lockdowns. Dr. Michael Mendoza's employment by the U of R in the county is a major conflict of interest needing immediate investigation by the county. Dr. Michael Mendoza is negligent and has provided bad guidance to schools, blocking a full reopening. Dr. Michael Mendoza has repeatedly refused to provide transparency to parents and citizens regarding his role in COVID-19 lockdowns. Dr. Michael Mendoza has systematically overlooked and ignored the mental health crisis in the school children caused by this excessive restrictions. Dr. Michael Mendoza has numerous lawsuits pending against him for his actions totaling millions of dollars in damages. Dr. Michael Mendoza is a problem, and his lack of professionalism, integrity, and compassion is all about to come to light publicly. Dr. Michael Mendoza needs to resign immediately or be removed from his role as Commissioner of Health in Monroe County. Rock for Educational Freedom. Our next email is from Ryder Jensick. Hi, my name is Ryder Jensick. Last year, I had the opportunity to tell the legislature of my story in hopes that the situation around early intervention, EI, would improve. The current legislature has shown a commitment to fixing the issues of EI, but there's still much more to be done. I hope that my story can serve as a testament to the benefits of EI and preschool special education services. I was not a healthy baby. I was not a happy baby. In fact, I was very sick and I screamed all day, every day. The world was a very scary place for me. However, I was fortunate enough to be provided with therapists that helped me develop and grow in a healthy way. They taught me skills that enabled me not only to be a functioning person, but to be a productive person. As a young child, I was nonverbal, was unable to eat, and required a gastronomy tube. Now I take pride in my public speaking skills and love a good garbage plate. I had a major sensory and integration challenges that would often send me into shutdowns. Thanks to the services I was able to get, I now manage my sensory challenges properly and wear my quirkiness proudly. I was born with gross motor delays and received extensive physical therapy. Now, having overcome those challenges, I have become a nationally ranked gymnast. I'm not sharing these examples just to talk myself up. The point is, the services I had as a child mattered. They made me who I am today. They haven't stopped mattering, and if this county doesn't immediately revamp the program, then countless children will miss out on the opportunities I had and will not reach their full potential. As a community, we have an obligation to prevent this from happening. Our next email is from Sarah Alexander. I'm reaching out to you today to express my support and need for the language access bill. I am a hard of hearing woman and have worked in the field of social services for more than 8 years, and in the past 3 years I've come to recognize the gaps and lack of full access for deaf and hard of hearing clients when dealing with different agencies, including law enforcement agencies, child protective services, and first responders. When law enforcement arrives at the scene, their response is to gravitate to the first person who can vocalize English to them. I have never had to make calls to the police asking for an American Sign. I have had to make calls to the police asking for an American Sign Language interpreter to arrive with them, and they never do. I have had to initiate the conversation by prompting the police to ask their questions to the person they are servicing. It is not appropriate for me to mediate between emergency services and the client. In some of these situations, they lead to the client needing to go to the hospital for potential harm to themselves or others. While the emergency medical services ambulance arrive, they once again ask the spoken English individuals what is going on. Those who speak English don't always know the full extent of what is happening in the client's mind or the ability to answer questions. In the state of heightened arousal, no one but a trained ASL interpreter should be facilitating communication between clients and emergency services that are requested. Now, providing an interpreter on fast demand isn't easy, but we still don't have a soundproof plan for these services that aren't as urgent as 911 calls. Mobile crisis is for individuals who need help, preferably in the next couple of hours after the call is made. Deaf and hard of hearing clients have been told to take up to 24 hours to schedule an ASL interpreter to provide the appropriate interviews and support needed to keep these clients safe. Sometimes they will take longer, which puts clients and others at risk. Child Protective Services contract through an agency that isn't reliable, and I've seen them use young children or parents to interview the deaf or hard of hearing client. The child has concerns about the way they are treated but don't feel safe expressing themselves because of who is interpreting. That does a disservice to the children in the household. If the parent is being interviewed and the child doesn't like their parents, they could use that time while they interpret to mess up communication and make inaccurate statements. CPS is there to support the whole dynamic of the family, which means full access to communication is necessary. As an advocate, our next email is from Cheryl Bond. Please consider protocol for LEP residents. Thank you. Our next email is from Sue Cook. Our next email is from Sue Belancana. Hello, my name is Susie, and my mom, Linda Cook, has been living in the St. John's nursing home without family in-person visits for 11 months now. This is almost a whole year without us being allowed to see how her care has been going. Almost a whole year without seeing her grandchildren, granddogs, and children in person or getting hugs and kisses from them. My mom is such a family person, and visits from family was the only thing she had to look forward to in life. Now she is sad, lonely, bored, and depressed. I believe this is affecting her health and well-being. My mom used to work for the county at 111 Westfall Road building, and it's sad to believe that they would treat one of their own employees this way. She's already been cursed with Huntington's disease, which makes it impossible for us to be able to take care of her ourselves. She has severe moments and needs constant care. But her mind is still there, and she knows what is happening and is severely affecting her. We used to come see her once a week and take her outside, which is what she loves to do. There's a beautiful park across the street, and we used to wheel her around to get some fresh air and vitamin D. Or if it's cold, we take her to the game room and play games with her. But now she is stuck in her room, and she is lucky they will sit her in the main gathering area when they clean her room once a week. I feel like unless you're experiencing this whole isolation issue with your loved ones, it's hard to make people understand there is a bond between family members that is lethal to break, and this bond and many people have died. I've read several stories on our Voices for Seniors page of loved ones that stop eating and literally dying of sadness, depression, alone. I'm very scared this will happen to my mom. My mom has had both her vaccine shots, and from what I understand, a lot of residents and employees have also had theirs in the home she is in. Can you please help us? We need to be able to help and care for our mom, as well as the several other families that are going through this horrible, heartbreaking, excruciating experience before it's too late. They are human beings and should not be treated this way. Thank you for your time. Our next email is from Cheryl Venning. My name is Cheryl, and I'm writing on behalf of my coworker whose mother is in isolation in a nursing home. I've often seen the coworker struggle with tears and how it has affected her mental health. I also believe a family member should be an essential caregiver to their loved ones. Please, we need you to sign the resolution. Our next email is from Zachary Ennis. We are increasingly living in an interconnected world. As we learn from our current pandemic, the most prevalent and pressing lesson of all of this is everyone's actions affect all. Understanding something fundamentally simple as mask wearing is so important, yet there are so many people who are unaware or unable to understand why. There's no getting by having certain populations in Monroe County not knowing what is happening or fully understanding how to perform their civic duties. By establishing a properly budgeted position, we're able to ensure that we are investing in everybody in the community, thus investing in ourselves too. This bill is not an investment in a small segment of the constituency. This is an investment in the wellness and safety of everybody, including your colleagues, neighbors, families, friends, and the family neighborhood mailman. We are living in a new world, a very interconnected world, and it's time to adjust accordingly. And that concludes our public forum. Thank you.
We'll now proceed with the consideration of local laws. Will the clerk please read the first item on the agenda?
Item number 1, referral 20-0418, providing that local law intro number 2 of 2021 entitled Pharmacies to provide notice of the availability of naloxone to be lifted from the table.
Move it,
Moved by
Mr.
legislator-
President.
Seconded by legislator Wilcox. This is a motion to lift from the table. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Next item.
Item number 2, referral 20-0418, providing that local law intro number 2 of 2021 entitled Pharmacies to provide notice of the availability of naloxone be adopted.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Smith, seconded by legislator Wilcox. Is there any discussion?
Legislator Smith.
Legislator Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make some brief remarks about the local law before the item is voted for adoption. First, I'd like to thank Legislator Justin Wilcox for allowing me the opportunity to work with him collaboratively on this legislation. This local law has the potential to save the lives of our family, friends, and neighbors right here in Monroe County. While naloxone has been available at pharmacies for a while now, there has been no formal requirements to make sure those who are prescribed opioids are aware of this fact. This local law will ensure that pharmacies are providing this notice. Legislator Wilcox and I have worked with the pharmacies, the county public health department, and the county law department to ensure that this local law is feasible, but more importantly, that it will help as many people as possible in Monroe County. Mr. President, I'm proud to be voting in favor of this adoption of this local law this evening, and I encourage my colleagues to vote in the affirmative as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Legislator Wilcox.
Legislator Wilcox, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Adam and Mary Beth Gillen. Adam and Mary Beth turned the tragic loss of their daughter Maisie into this legislation which is before us and which will save lives and avoid countless future tragedies. Make no mistake about it, Maisie's law will save lives, and it will be because the Gillens courageously decided to turn their loss into something positive for our community. I also want to thank Dr. Mendoza and County Executive Adam Bello and his administration for their thoughtful collaboration. Working with pharmacists and other stakeholders, they improved the legislation dramatically. Mostly, I want to thank Legislator Jackie Smith for her strong interest in this issue and for her willingness to roll up her sleeves and improve the legislation based on her past experience working in a pharmacy. The bill is better because of her interest and her involvement. At the end of the day, this legislation will save lives, and I'm proud that we crafted it and will pass it on a bipartisan basis. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further discussion? None, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Congratulations. We will now proceed with the consideration of motions, resolutions, and notices. Will the clerk read the next item on the agenda, please?
Item number 3, referral 21-0006, amending the 2021 operating budget to transfer appropriation from the Legislature's Community Contingency Fund to the Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion to fund a language access commission.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Roman, seconded by legislator Morelli and legislator Barnhart. Is there any discussion?
Legislator Roman.
Legislator Roman, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening and thank you. I want to thank the Language Access Coalition and the other advocates for access and individuals who shared their realities with legislators since Linda and I introduced this referral. Tonight is my hope that this governing body begins to understand the work it will take us as a county to confront the unconscious bias associated with language access. Supporting this legislation means we understand that all people should have the information they need to thrive in our community. As you have heard, this isn't just a Latino issue presented by a Latina legislator. Language access affects many of our constituents. Our systems are already difficult to navigate. And as legislators, we should work together to continue to remove barriers. I believe we all now understand how important language access is, and I look forward to continuing to advocate for accessibility of information in the preferred language or method preferred by our community members. As for the calls of political hypocrisy, I just want to remind this governing body that we were told to discuss issues with our constituents and present it to this legislative body. And that's exactly what I did. So for over 2 years, I've worked alongside the Monroe County Language Access from its inception to discuss language access and shed light on how many individuals in our community are unable to access healthcare, housing, or services because the information to access is not shared in their preferred language or method. And I will continue to advocate for the LEP community and other underserved, unseen, and unheard communities, no matter what. Hopefully tonight is not the end of this discussion. My hope is that we can move forward with this position and other legislators interested in working with and ensuring we get this done, get involved. I welcome the conversation, the efforts, and the continued work, as there is a lot to do. Thank you so much for listening to our constituents and helping to ensure we move together to ensure that we are providing language access intentionally. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I strongly agree with the need for the ability to improve our inclusion for county residents in their ability to access government services and activities. And I believe we all, every one of the legislators, demonstrated that by voting in support of the formation of the Department of Diversity and Inclusion. The fact of the matter is I do have some questions and I do have some concerns, and I'll explain those. But through you, Mr. President, to the administration, Majority Leader Brew submitted a number of questions to the administration as well as the authors of this referral. We did receive a response from the authors, but we did not receive anything from the administration. Do you intend to respond?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President. It's my understanding that all of the questions were answered in the response from the legislators. So the answer would be no.
So through you, Mr. President, to the administration, as a follow-up to that, does that mean that you agree with all of the responses of Legislator Roman and Legislator Hasman?
Through you, Mr. President, yes, it does.
And finally, through you, Mr. President, to the administration, does this mean that when the letter indicates agreement with something, or that they will consider that those are essentially your responses as well?
Through you, Mr. President, yes.
All right, through you, Mr. President, to the administration, if this referral is approved, or perhaps I should say when this referral is approved, do you plan to fund this position for the duration of your administration?
Through you, Mr. President, obviously we would be evaluating the position, evaluating the needs of the organization. But yes, I would anticipate that this is something that we would be funding long term.
Through you, Mr. President, to the administration, I asked this before, and I apologize. I couldn't read my own notes. Why was this position not included in the 2021 budget from the administration?
Through you, Mr. President, the legislator and the legislature knows, we've created the new office Again, in terms of organizing it and staffing it, we thought finding a director was the most important piece of this. And again, this is something we definitely would have considered moving forward, but with Legislator Roman's referral, we're supportive of it. But again, we're getting the department up and running, and it's quite possible as we do that there may be other areas that need to be addressed or other positions that need to be added.
Thank you. Through you, administration, through you, Mr. President, to the administration, how will the actions that are recommended by this individual, and quite frankly, I'm not sure we know what those actions might be, perhaps website changes, additional printing costs, translation services, or whatever, how will they be funded in 2021?
Through you, Mr. President, we would anticipate being able to fund the needs for this position out of the departmental budget.
Okay, through you, Mr. President, to the administration, at the committee of the whole, questions were posed. The answer was that civil service would have to define the job and set the pay scale for the job, if you will. I'd like to confirm that there's no other civil service position already existing anywhere in the state that is already defined by the civil service organization that could be used for this position. Is that true?
Through you, Mr. President, as I mentioned at the committee of the whole, there is a formal process that we go through when we're creating a new position, and that is through the Civil Service, the Monroe County Civil Service Commission. There's a form that gets completed by the requesting department that spells out what the specific duties are, and then as part of that review, the Civil Service Commission and our Human Resources Department will review existing job titles, and if there is something that is found that is a match for this, there wouldn't be a need to create a new position. But if there was, the Civil Service Commission would have the authority to and the ability to classify a new title that would be specific to Monroe County if there was one lacking on a statewide basis.
All right, through you, Mr. President, to the authors of the referral, do you know how many recognized languages are spoken in the world today?
Not off the top of my head. We can probably find that out quickly.
Thank you, and that's understandable. To the administration, through you, Mr. President, do you know, does the administration know how many recognized languages are spoken in the world today?
Through you, Mr. President, no, I have no idea. We have no idea.
Okay, through you, Mr. President, the administration, would you be surprised to hear that according to what is considered the most reliable count, there are more than 7,000 languages, 7,117 languages spoken in the world today?
Through you, Mr. President, I'm sorry, that was a question?
Yeah, would you be surprised to hear that there are more than 7,000 languages spoken in the world today?
Through you, Mr. President, yes, if I was going to guess a number, I wouldn't have guessed one that high.
Okay, and through you, Mr. President, to the authors, to legislators Roman and Hasman, do you know which languages you believe should be supported by this position when it's created?
Through you, Mr. President, it is my understanding that there are roughly 15 recognized languages in New York State. So this position would help to shed light on that.
Okay, through you, Mr. President, to the administration. Thank you, Legislator Roman. Which of these languages does the administration intend to support?
Through you, Mr. President, I guess my answer to that would be, this referral isn't about translation services. It's about providing information and access to information to communities that need it and speakers of languages that are not English, and how we provide those services. In terms of in terms of that, I don't, we're going to meet a need. And again, I would just stick with that. I guess there isn't this isn't a translation service. It's really about providing information to people who need it.
Through you, Mr. President, the administration. So translation is not part of what this organization, this person will be helping to figure out?
Through you, Mr. President, I would defer to the makers of the referral, but from my perspective and conversations we've had, I think that sort of misses the point of the referral. It's a much broader topic than simply providing translation services. And I think somebody had asked the question at the meeting, why don't you just sort of copy what they do at the county clerk's office now and, have that translation service available. Again, I would defer to the makers of the referral, but this is really about providing access to information across platforms and as needed by individuals seeking government services.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, to the administration, just a comment. I hope you heard the same public speakers I did tonight, because it was very clear to me that a great deal of them, a great number of them, were expecting exactly what you are saying. It's more than, and I agree, it's more than translation, no question. But a great number of those speakers at the public forum were talking about that. That concludes my questions, but I would like to explain my vote. And I will be voting to support this, but we have no job description for this position. We don't know what the pay group applies, so we don't know how much this person will be paid. The department has no leader, no known mission, no goals, no performance measures to identify successes or shortcomings. We have no description of what languages will be supported or what other services will be provided. Nor do we even know what supported means, which kind of goes with what's going to be provided. Nor do we know how the desired changes will be paid for. I'm very concerned we're creating a position with a substantial salary when we don't know anything about the job. If I had done this in my civilian career prior to joining the legislature, I don't think I'd have a job come Friday if I had proposed this to my upper management. But despite these serious misgivings, I will be voting in favor of this proposal because it is very important that we effectively communicate with all of Monroe County's residents. I will be, however, tracking and monitoring very carefully how these unanswered questions come to be answered over the coming months. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President,
Yes.
Legislator Flagler Mitchell.
Legislator Flagler Mitchell, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Just due you to the administration. This person will be answering to the Chief Diversity Officer. That's correct?
Through you, Mr. President, yes.
All right, thank you. And just due you to the administration, you said this job is going to be civil service. So does that mean that the Chief Diversity Officer would not be actually the person to hire, or how does that process work? Just due you to the administration.
Through you, Mr. President, this would be a typical hiring situation at the county. The director obviously would be involved in the selection. A candidate would be hired provisionally. Again, assuming that it's decided that this position would be a competitive position, which I guess we don't know that for sure, but based on our past experience, it in all likelihood would be. That person will be hired provisionally until a test was offered, and then that person would have to be reachable on that list under the rules of civil service in order to be appointed permanently.
Thank you. Thank you. Just do you to the administration. Just I could recommend, you know, a lot of times when we talk about diversity and talking about inclusion, civil service has always have given us a roadblock. And, you know, I know that the position isn't created yet, but my question is to you, to the administration, is how long before this person is installed? And I want to let you know that I do support this legislation. I think it's long overdue. So I do support it wholeheartedly. But how long before this person is installed into the position, being that we don't have a chief diversity officer right now?
Through you, Mr. President, I'm not sure if the legislator is aware that we have selected a candidate for the director's position. I believe it's in the packet for this month. So that should be happening soon. In terms of the position that we're talking about, it would have to go to the Civil Service Commission, which will be meeting, I think, in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, at some point next month. That title would need to be approved by them, and then shortly after that approval is received, we would post the position and start recruiting candidates. I think a typical recruitment period for this would probably be 3 or 4 weeks for that. And then interviews would be conducted and a candidate would be selected. So to do the math very quickly, it's probably 8 to 10 weeks from when this body approves the position. We actually have a candidate, and again, that might be a couple weeks longer depending on what type of notice they would have to give if they're currently employed.
Okay, thank you.
Legislator Hasman.
Go ahead, Legislator Hasman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few remarks to make. Monroe County is a diverse community. It's a community that is made even richer with residents from all over the world. They may be first generation, they may be brand new to our country, but the fact is that many of our fellow residents in Monroe County speak a language other than English. Rochester is also home to one of the largest deaf and hard of hearing populations in the country. This is why we need a streamlined language access position. If you wonder what it's like for a day in the life of someone with low English proficiency or deaf of hard of hearing, just find a document on Google in Spanish, French, or Korean and try to read it. When you're watching TV, turn the volume off and try to follow what's happening. Go to Wegmans or Target and try to navigate the store without speaking English. Now imagine what it's like trying to access healthcare, housing, talk to the police department or fire department. A language access professional can bridge cultures, ensure that immigrant communities with limited English proficiency and the deaf and hard of hearing can communicate effectively with local government and more easily access county resources. This includes things like economic development and our health department. For people with low English proficiency and the deaf of hard of hearing, language access is key to breaking down barriers and participating in society just like anyone else. It's good practice and good government to provide a centralized service rather than a siloed approach to language access. While we have a long way to go, this brings us one step closer to a more inclusive community, which is why I support this passage and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Legislator DeFlorio.
Legislator DeFlorio, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I thank you both for bringing this community need to the attention of this body. So thank you for that. I do have one additional question. It seemed like several of the emails that were read this evening talked about advocating for staffing or this being the first step. And sort of piggybacking off of some of the concerns of Legislator Hebert, I wondered, are you envisioning that this person will eventually, once hired, that they will need a staff of their own and a budget of their own in order to really be fully effective in carrying out the goals that have been stated and kind of those holistic goals that you spoke about last at the committee of the whole? And I guess that question is to the makers of the motion.
Through you, Mr. President, through the various conversations that I continue to have with advocates in this space and individuals who live the reality of being blocked to receive services because they speak in a different language or read a different language or really prefer their information in a different language, right? Some of these individuals speak English, just prefer information differently. What many of them are talking about in regards to this being the first step is the language access plan and how you abide by that. So policies and procedures that this particular individual will work alongside the Chief of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion to ensure that Monroe County is looking at. So whatever that person comes up with, whatever the department comes up with to ensure that constituents are able to access services, I'm sure that we will, as a governing body, revisit.
Thank you. I would also like to explain my vote. I also support this position. I've learned a lot just as part of our conversations, and I look forward to hearing additional details once this person is in place regarding the actions that they plan to take, as well as goals that'll be established through this position. So thank you.
Thank you.
Legislator Colby.
Legislator Colby, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Through you, Mr. President, to the administration. Could you go back? I guess I got a question about the civil service position. If I'm understanding correct, we have to file to get a position title approved. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. President, yes, we need to have new titles approved by the Monroe County Civil Service Commission.
Through you, Mr. President, to the administration, to get a new title approved, what kind of information do you have to give the Civil Service Commission? I assume you have to give them a job description, maybe, or how many hours they're going to work, or what's required? Through you, Mr. President.
Through you, Mr. President, there's a form called a 222 form that lists what the duties and responsibilities of the position are. That gets submitted to the civil service. It's reviewed by human resources staff first, submitted to Civil Service Commission, and then they make a determination in terms of title, classification, and salary.
So through you, Mr. President, this 222 form has a bunch of questions on it, I assume, which almost sounds like it's developing a job description. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. President, yes.
Thank you. I guess a statement along that line. Too bad that couldn't have been at least filled out to some degree before we had this legislation before us. I think it would have made it a lot simpler for us that are wrestling with this decision tonight, because I understand the need to a certain degree, but I'm not sure it's been well thought out of what we need. Do we need 20 hours, 30 hours, or 40 hours, or 3 people? Through you, Mr. President, to the administration, how comfortable you are with that this is a full-time job, or is it going to be a part-time job once the requirements of all the paperwork gets filled out? Or how comfortable are you with the job being needed by one person only? To the administration.
Through you, Mr. President, we would have every expectation that this would be a full-time position. And again, as I said earlier, we constantly evaluate the needs of the organization. At this point, we would anticipate that one person in this title would be appropriate. If it wasn't, we would address that at some point in the future. But we're comfortable with the discussion that we've had. We're comfortable with the referral and the concept of what's going on in terms of what the request is. We're very comfortable that we're going to be able to go to the Civil Service Commission and end up with a job spec that accurately entails all of the things needed to carry out the functions that have been spelled out this evening and at the committee of the whole.
That's interesting. Through you, Mr. President, I haven't heard much about or any duties needed or of anything of that sort. Now you're talking about you already have those. I wish they were shared with us. But through you, Mr. President, to the makers of the motion, I heard you elaborate that this person's going to come up with a needs assessment of the community. Is that kind of correct, is the way you're going with this position at this time?
Through you, Mr. President, this work is being done in communities outside of Monroe County. And even in Monroe County, there are various organizations that are talking about and addressing language access and language access barriers. We're not reinventing the wheel. And furthermore, all the questions, though I truly appreciate them, really shed light on how we as a governing body and organization need to understand language access, need to understand what it feels like to walk into one of our providers and not be heard or understood when you are seeking housing or when you are seeking to ensure that your child is safe. It is our duty to move forward. And I appreciate many individuals saying, right, this is long overdue. This is something that we need to address because it is a barrier of ours. And it does duplicate services. People walk in all the time and then have to walk in again. So this is absolutely something that is necessary on a full-time basis to address a critical issue when it comes to information, specifically right now during COVID-19, where I can share stories of individuals who in the county of Monroe had no idea we were in lockdown, had no idea, vaccination sites were up and running, and we have to do better.
Thank you for that statement, but I wish you would have answered my question. My question was, through you, Mr. President, to the maker, is this person, when it first is hired, you are expecting them to come up with a needs assessment of what the community of the county needs to do to reach out to the diversity of our communications to our community as a whole. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. President, yes, the answer is absolutely. This work has been being done in various counties and communities, including our own, as I started before.
President, I would just check. Legislator Hasman.
It was my
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Legislator Hasman.
Through you, Mr.
It was
President.
a bag of clothes that was in the dryer. It was clothes I had washed.
And said is correct. There are federal guidelines actually for establishing a language access coordinator or professional. And one of the first steps is doing a needs assessment, and how that is done would be up to the individual who holds this position. And just to echo what she said, we're not the first municipality to do this. It's happening all over the country. I believe the city of Rochester has a language access coordinator.
Thank you, Mr. That's a lot better answer than I was getting earlier. I wish you would have at least enlightened us what some of the other counties done, because I have looked into it. And that's probably the only reason why I may support this tonight, is because what I found out other communities doing, not because of the information that was brought forth by the makers of this motion. Anyways, through you, Mr. President, this person that's going to do this needs census, how do you visualize them? Are they going to do it in a vacuum, or do you think they're going to set up a committee? And how do you visualize the committee being set up? I mean, I would hope that they wouldn't just include certain people at certain types of language barriers. I think it would be of value of us having some input on how this committee is formed. What is your opinion of that, through you, Mr. President, to the makers of the motion?
Through you, Mr. President, my mute button was locked for a minute. During the beginning of this conversation, I stated that I welcome the conversation to continue, specifically with legislators who are interested in doing this type of work. So I welcome it. And I would imagine that an individual in this position would welcome representation from all walks of life as part of the needs assessment and conversations that have to happen and occur to ensure access.
That bag. I'm gonna check in your room for that bag. Try plugging your.
Somebody not muted. I guess I'll explain my vote, and I really don't know how I'm going to vote yet, to tell you the truth, until we get to the vote. But I think we're doing a disservice a little bit in communicating to the community about this position, because everybody keeps, as we heard in our public forum, everybody is under the impression that it's going to be having somebody work on specific languages, but it's all going to take place during the COVID crisis and help them out with the COVID crisis. And I would think as I see it, we're on the downside of the COVID crisis. And by the time this person gets up and going and the needs assessment is done and some outreach is done to the community, I think using the COVID is a poor excuse for justifying this. And like I said earlier, one of the strongest components of this needs for this thing is what I've seen done in other counties, such as Dutchess County. You know, I believe there is a county in Pennsylvania that's done a real good job and of this, but it really wasn't a full-time job. But that's a needs for another discussion. So I yield the floor back to you, Mr. President, this time while I ponder what to do.
Thank you, Legislator Colby. Any further
Legislator
discussion?
Lamar.
President, Legislator
Lamar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And through you, I just want to take a little time out to thank the constituents of Monroe County who reached out to a number of legislators. Thank you for your thoughtful emails and calls in support of this legislation. I also want to thank the makers of this motion for finally putting forth something positive that will have a direct impact on the population that you serve. But I do, Mr. President, through you, have a question for the makers of this motion and the administration. What are some of the key performance indicators, and how do you measure efficacy in this position?
Through you, Mr. President, one of the things that I want to make sure everyone kind of understands is that overall language access is a legal obligation. So there definitely are key indicators and measures to ensure that we are doing this and doing this right. So I think we would start, with those indicators and those measures, what kind of access and how we are providing it is written in black and white. So the individual will be tasked with ensuring that they are looking at and following language access plans and blueprints that are proposed across the country with federal and state regulations and obligations at their disposal.
Thank you, Legislator Roman. I'm not sure if the question was answered, though. I was looking, through you, Mr. President, I was looking for some specific, especially performance indicators. And when I say performance indicators, I mean the goal, because if we have the goal set, then we'll be able to measure whether the position was viable, whether it made sense to fund this position, whether it made sense to continue on with the person, whoever the person is that's hired for the position. So I was just looking for, like, in general, were there like a number of contacts per participant? If there were something to that extent was at least measurable, or at least maybe you and Legislator Hasman have been thinking about when we talk about this position and we talk about what exactly are we trying to do with the person or with the department that's in this position.
Through you, Mr. President. So through the conversations that I've had with advocates in this realm, really the key indicators would be various access points to service and then the opening of those access points. So one solid example that I can give that has happened through the work of the Monroe County Language Access Coalition is the work that has happened and occurred within the DMV department. So really it's to make sure that all county residents had accessibility or suitable accessibility to service.
Thank you, Legislator Roman. And one more question through you, Mr. President, to the makers of this motion. So is this position, the person in this position will be outreaching or sending people who come to this person out for resources, or will the resources be provided in-house? So for instance, will this person be someone who would be referring someone to like 211 or Ibero or the Inglesia Center? Like, would this person be more of a referral service type of person, or will they be providing in-house services for whoever is having the language barriers?
So through you, Mr. President, the position is a coordinator position. So this position would help to coordinate whatever type of connectors it needs to connect to. So whether that be translation services, videos, website was brought up, this person would help to coordinate whatever needs to be coordinated in order to allow access to those services. So that may be from outside organizations.
Thank you, Legislator Roman. I just want to, through you, Mr. President, just make a statement about my vote. I think this conversation has changed my vote or changed my mind a little bit. One thing as a service provider that I know about Rochester, we are resource heavy and results poor. And to create a position to sort of perpetuate that is a little problematic for me. There are already a number of services that are out here to link people to other language access providers. And if this person is just a coordinator to do that same thing, I'm just trying to figure out why would we fund recreating the wheel, right? And initially, this, through you, Mr. President, initially this sounds, was something that I've been thinking about for the last couple of weeks, but the more we talk about it today, I'm a little hesitant because I'm not getting a clear picture as to exactly what we're doing. Through you, Mr. President, I don't think we need another coordinator to tell someone to call 211 when that information is already accessible and available. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. President, I just want to respond to that. So, you know, as a service provider, and I mean, we heard tonight from organizations that are in the business, if you will, of language access. And time again, they said that Monroe County failing to do this intentionally. Someone has to be in charge of ensuring that the connections are being made. And I can say, you know, from my short stint of time of being a county legislator, that we have all seen that when no one is in charge, many things don't happen. So I agree. I absolutely agree. And that's why the response isn't that this person will provide translation services. We have a plethora of services in our community. What we don't have is a connector in Monroe County who is intentionally ensuring that we provide language access. We're failing. We are failing at doing that right now. We're not doing it very well, though we have the resources.
Thank you, Legislator Roman.
Legislator Colby again.
Go ahead, Legislator Colby.
Through you, Mr. President, I appreciate the passion and the emotions that the makers of this motion are putting forth, both in their thoughts and their answers. One question I have for the maker of the motion is, when did you really feel that this was a worthy thing for the county to fund? At what time period? Was it 2 weeks ago, 6 months ago, 2 years ago?
So through you, Mr. President, that is a great question to ask. And I can say in general, right, as someone who wasn't an English language learner, Spanish is not my first language. I can say at 5, when I started learning English, I realized that there was an issue with language access. But as a county legislator, it has been something that I have been working alongside the Language Access Coalition for, at this point, over a year and a half on. We have talked about and discussed various issues in regards to language access. As actually, I'm a founder of the Monroe County Language Access Coalition here in Rochester. So it's something that we have had conversations about over and over again. Why am I presenting it now? Because it was presented to us as a body to advocate on behalf of the community. But furthermore, as I continue to sit at the table and hear about the disparities of information being shared in regards to COVID-19, it became critical for me to begin to have these conversations here within county government. Legislator Hassman has always been an advocate for the hard of hearing community. So we joined together to present this particular position. There could have been other things that were presented previously, but it was clear, and it is clear to me, that it has to be intentional and it has to be a systematic approach. And that's why this position came. So I decided on this particular method, I would say at this point, about 2 to 3 months ago.
Thank you. I'm just a little surprised or a little taken back that we had many hours of committee meetings just 2 months ago on the budget. And like the referral we passed this last month for the veterans, there was some talk during the budget cycle about the veterans thing, but nothing. but nothing was done during the budget cycle. I'm just surprised that you didn't at least bring it up during one of the public hearings or one of the committee meetings that this issue is out there and we should be looking at it. I'm just surprised you didn't make at least a statement about it during that. That concerns me a little bit, but thank you, and I'll turn the floor back over to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Legislator Colby. Any further discussion?
Legislator Felder.
Legislator Felder, you have the floor.
I've had several conversations with Angelica Perez Delgado, the CEO of Ibero American National League, also with a young lady I know named Syed Ali, who does a lot of translation for East Africans who are in the country, from Somalia, Ethiopia, and those areas. And there is a need for this kind of it's unfortunate it's not already embedded in the county. I think that's an indictment on all of us. We don't already have this in place. We do it in some departments, and we don't do it in others. And we in the process, we have a very disjointed system. So I understand what Legislator Lamar is saying in terms of we already have it here, but sometimes having a lot of services and not having someone who can actually, even if it's just a clearinghouse, as it were, to really bring it all in one place so people can actually know where it is, know how to access it, and have someone to make sure that every department is actually meeting its responsibility. Human resources, human services, parks department, to make sure that every department is meeting their obligation to ensure that they have the proper materials, that their websites are doing the right things to make sure that people actually are accessing the information they need. Department of Health, the Health Department, all of them, we need to make sure that this is going on. And so so for that reason, I'll be supporting. I raised questions about why it's not being funded another way, but if this is the way to get it going and get it off the ground, I'll support it to get this in the future. Obviously, we'll be looking at it being an ordinary part of the budget and when we get into the budget cycle later on this year. But I believe that it's necessary. Just from what I know, I have a large constituency in my district of people who don't speak English as a first language. And I know Legislator Kia Fatlassi has a significant portion. Legislator Lee has a lot of East Africans in one part of his district, and so there is a need for this, and we want to make sure that the one thing that bothers me is we really don't have is that we still figuring out what it's going to be. So and that's the one hesitation that I have, but I understand it needs to get done. So we'll be looking to make sure that it gets developed properly. But ideally, you would like to have a better idea of how it's going to happen and have the person who actually is going to be supervising this individual in place to help develop the position. So hopefully, once we have approved the young lady, I can't think of her name, who the administration has selected for the chief diversity officer, she can get to work on helping to develop this position with meeting, I guess, with the Language Access Coalition, those people to make, and the other stakeholders in the community to make sure that we develop the position in the proper way so that it actually meets the needs that we are saying it's going to meet. I'll be voting in the affirmative.
Thank you. Discussion?
Legislator Keel Fatlassi.
Legislator Keel Fatlassi, you have the floor.
I just want to explain my vote. I appreciate my colleagues' questions. I appreciate the responses. As Legislator Felder pointed out, I have a large community in my district that doesn't speak English as their first language. My mom and dad themselves, they're Laotian refugees that came to America in 1980. So I can only imagine how much something like this would benefit them. On top of that, I just want to say it gets me excited because I really hope this changes a lot of minds about some of the talk that we had before with the contingency fund. We're only a month and a week into this year, and we see two really good, positive proposals that are going to come out of our contingency fund. So I appreciate it, and I just want to express again that I will be voting in support of it.
Thank you.
President Carbone, Legislator Boyce.
Legislator Boyce, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I wanted to say that I will be voting in the affirmative, and I want to thank the legislators for bringing this to our attention. The one question I had, and this is just so that I'm educated, you mentioned at one point, I think it was Legislator Hassman, with regards to, this is under federal guidelines. Is this under Title VI of federal guidelines? And if so, do you foresee possibly in the future that we would be able to have federal funding to support this position?
Through you, Mr. President, I don't know off the top of my head. I was going by CMS guidelines and Health and Human Services guidelines. I'm not sure about if there's potential federal funding in it, but it's certainly worth investigating.
For you.
So yeah, so I was doing some research earlier today and noticed that there were, several places like other legislators mentioned that this is a position that has been created. And they talk about Title VI and coming in compliance. So, frankly, I feel, terrible that we haven't been in compliance all these years, frankly. And this is, it should be a prohibition against national discrimination affecting so many populations. As other legislators said, their grandparents and families have come over from other countries, and to not have them to be able to have access and understand what's going on in our community is horrific. And so I will, with all my heart, I will be supporting this legislation, but I think that we should look at Title VI and see what it says and see if we can get some federal funding.
Through you, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
As Legislator Boyce, I want to, thank you for your research, but absolutely this position, and as you mentioned in other counties, has been mentioned as helping to abide by Title VI as well as the American Disabilities Act. So there is a lot of work to be done here, and I appreciate you pointing that out.
Thank you. Legislator Hasman?
Which is why it's a good idea to have a streamlined approach rather than a siloed approach to make sure that we are in compliance with ADA.
That's it. Any further discussion? Seeing none? Legislator Baines, you have your hand up?
Really ready to vote yes, President Dr.
Okay, do we need a roll call vote? I don't think so. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Congratulations, item carries. Next item.
Item number 4, referral 21-0009, authorizing the initiation of process for making additions to Monroe County agricultural districts.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by Legislator Wilt, seconded by Legislator Boyce. Is there any
Second.
discussion? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Carries. Number 5.
Item number 5, referral 21-0010, accepting grant from New York State Division of Homeland Security Emergency Services for fiscal year 2020 Emergency Management Performance Grant.
Move it, Mr. President.
Seconded by Legislator Boyce, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Number 6.
Item number 6, referral 21-0011, accepting a grant from New York State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services for the fiscal year 2020 State Homeland Security Program.
Move it, Mr. President.
Seconded by Legislator Boyce, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Number 7.
Item number 7, referral 21-0012, accepting grant from the United States Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives for ATF Monroe County Sheriff's Office Explosive Task Force.
Moved, Mr. President.
Second. By Legislator Boyce, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 8, referral 21-0013, accepting grant from New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services for live scan equipment grant program and authorize intermunicipal agreements with 8 municipalities within Monroe County.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second. By Legislator Boyce, seconded by Legislator Ansello and Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 9, referral 21-0014, authorizing contract with Keeler Construction Company, Inc. for construction services for Calkins Road Culvert Project over Red Creek tributary in the town of Henrietta.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
By Legislator Colby, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Number 10.
Item number 10, referral 21-0015, authorizing contract with Villager Construction, Inc. for construction services for highway preventive maintenance number 8 project in the towns of Brighton, Gates, Henrietta, Irondequoit, Ogden, Perrington, and Pittsford.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
By Legislator Colby, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 11, referral 21-0016, authorizing contract with CP Ward, Inc. for the construction services for the Lake Road West Fork Bridge project over Sandy Creek in the town of Hamlin.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
By Legislator Colby, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 12, referral 21-0017, authorizing contract with Keeler Construction Company, Inc. for construction services for Lake Road 2 project in the town of Webster.
Moved by Legislator Colby, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 13, referral 21-0017.BR, resolution authorizing the issuance of $10,500,000 bonds of the County of Monroe, New York to finance the cost of the rehabilitation improvement of Lake Road Phase 2 from Bay Road to Pellet Road in and for said county at an estimated maximum cost of $10,500,000 and superseding the bond resolution adopted on December 15, 2020, resolution number 397 of 2020.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by Legislator Colby, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 14, referral 21-0018, authorizing contract with Accent Stripe Inc. for construction services for Monroe County Pedestrian Safety Action Plan project.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
By Legislator Colby, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 15, referral 21-0019, amending Resolution 151 of 2012 as amended by Resolution 52 of 2020 to accept additional funding from New York State Department of Health and extend time period for the Beach Act program.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Legislator Smith, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. This is for introductory purposes only. Next item.
Item number 16, referral 21-0019, providing that resolution entitled Amend Resolution 151 of 2012 as amended by Resolution 52 of 2020 to accept additional funding from the New York State Department of Health and extend time period for the Beach Act program be amended.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by Legislator Smith, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. This is a motion to amend. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 17, referral 21-0019, providing that resolution entitled Amend Resolution 151 of 2012 as amended by Resolution 52 of 2020 to accept additional funding from the New York State Department of Health and extend the time period for the Beach Act program be adopted as amended.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by Legislator Smith, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 18, referral 21-0020, amending Resolution 314 of 2017 as amended by Resolution 244 of 2020 to accept additional funding from the New York State Department of Health and extend time period for nutrition programs.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by Legislator Smith, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Next item.
Item number 19, referral 21-0021, accepting grant from New York State Department of Health for local health department support for flu and COVID-19 response program, and amending Resolution 128 of 2019 as amended by Resolution 290 of 2020 to amend an authorized term of contract with Reliance Staffing Systems, Inc., DBA Career Start to provide nursing and healthcare provider services for Monroe County Department of Public Health.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
By Legislator Smith, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion?
Mr. President, Legislator Boyce.
Legislator Boyce, you have the floor.
Yes, to the President, to the administration, we received answers to some of the questions that we had regarding this referral, and I was kind of confused by the answer that we got. It was a little convoluted, and I'm not clear as to how many folks are being served by this, the funding.
Through you, Mr. President, I believe we have Dr. Mendoza available.
Good evening, Legislator Boyce. Through the President, can you clarify again what your question is? I'm trying to answer your question. I have numbers in front of me. We have numbers for whom we have vaccinated already. 50 to 100 for flu, and 764 for COVID. But I don't have the numbers of future people that we're going to vaccinate because we haven't vaccinated them. Does that help? Does that help clarify?
Through the President, no, there was an answer that was given, and I'm trying to juggle here to try to find, but it mentioned that there were folks that were vaccinated that maybe weren't anticipated to be vaccinated, or that had come on without. I guess it wasn't I don't think it was an answer that you had given, but I believe it was Reliance Staffing, Dr. Mendoza.
I through the President, I apologize. I'm not sure I can clarify your question tonight.
Is there through the President, is there somebody on from Reliance Staffing on the line? I saw that there might be.
Through you, Mr. President, no, there's no one on from Reliance Staffing. Legislator, if you'd like to repeat the question, we might be able to answer that.
Yeah.
Again, what the specific question was.
Through the President, I just thought that the answer was convoluted in how many people were being served, and that's all I can answer at this point. I wasn't sure about, the definite and definitive number that was being served. So that was my question. I guess I'm not probably communicating that properly, but.
Through the President, if you have a clear question, I'd be happy to pursue an answer for you. But the number of people being served, I guess, doesn't help me understand what you're asking about. Through the President.
If I through the President, I will. I'll yield my time, and I can be in touch with the administration to clarify this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Number 20.
Item number 20, referral 21-0022, amending Resolution 380 of 2018 as amended by Resolution 214 of 2019 to amend an increased contract with Reliance Staffing Systems, Inc., DBA Career Start to include provision of registered nurses to supervise and manage nursing or support staff in Monroe Community Department of Public Health COVID-19 response units.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by Legislator Smith, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 21, referral 21-0023, accepting grant from New York State Office for the Aging and authorizing contract with Lifespan of Greater Rochester, Inc. for New York State Elder Abuse Education and Outreach Program.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by Legislator Smith, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 22, referral 21-0030, classification of action, determination of significance pursuant to State Environmental Quality Review Act for construction of snow removal equipment, SRE building on vacant lands currently owned by Monroe County.
Move it, Mr. President. Second.
Thank you. Moved by Legislator Dondorfer, seconded by Legislator Wilt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 23, referral 21-0024, amending 2021 to 2026 capital improvement program to advance airport snow removal equipment building project at Greater Rochester International Airport from 2026, 2024, and 2023 to 2021, and authorizing contract with Pastoral Associates Engineering, Architecture, and Surveying, DPC, for design services for the project.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by Legislator Dondorfer, seconded by Legislator Wilt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Next item.
Item number 24, referral 21-0024.BR, resolution authorizing the issuance of $6,200,000 bonds of the County of Monroe, New York, to finance the cost of the airport snow removal equipment SRE building in and for said county at an estimated maximum cost of $6,200,000.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by Legislator Dondorfer, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 25, referral 21-0025, confirming appointment of Director of Transportation.
Move, Mr. President.
Moved by Legislator Colby, seconded by Legislator Ansello. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to
Seeing none, all in
second it as well, Mr. President, Legislator Boyce.
Go ahead, Legislator Boyce.
One second.
Oh, second? Okay, I didn't hear you.
That as well. I've known Mr. Pond for a number of years, and I sit on the Traffic Safety Board with him, and he's done an outstanding job over the years with Monroe County, and I think that this is a great move to have him be the director. Thank you so much.
Okay, Legislator Boyce seconds also. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 26, referral 21-0026, confirming appointment of Director of Office of Public Integrity.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
By Legislator Delahanty, seconded by Legislator Hebert,
I second it as well.
and also seconded by Legislator Ernest Flagler Mitchell. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 27, referral 21-0027, authorizing interfund transfer from general fund to road fund to offset 2020 operating expenses.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by Legislator Delahanty, seconded by Legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Carries. Next item.
Item number 28, referral 21-0028, authorizing Monroe County to submit funding applications to federal, state, and/or non-for-profit funding assistance programs.
Move it, Mr. President. Second.
Moved by Legislator Dondorfer, seconded by Legislator Wilt. Is there any discussion?
Legislator Lamar.
Legislator Lamar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the administration, how much money are we talking about? How much is in this fund?
Through you, Mr. President, Mike Garland is available to answer that.
Through you, Mr. President, This just gives the county authorization to be able to apply for grants as they may come up throughout the year. So there's no funding tied to this request. It just simply gives us authorization to be able to submit grant applications. And again, this could be used by environmental services or other departments. But once, when the county is successful in an award application, it would have to come back to the legislature for approval and acceptance of that grant.
Thank you, Mr. Garland, and through you, Mr. President, to the administration. How will we know if the grants that you've applied for have been approved or have been awarded?
Again, through you, Mr. President, if the county is notified that they've been successful in a grant application, we would submit a referral asking for approval to accept that grant. So the legislature will have that authority to accept that grant.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 29, referral 21-0031, amending resolution 111 of 2016 as amended by resolution 315 of 2020 to amend and increase contract with URMC Labs, Division of University of Rochester for laboratory services at Monroe Community Hospital.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
By Legislator Smith, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Legislator Esmond?
Yes, Mr. President, you anticipated me. I'd like to declare my interest.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 30, referral 21-0035, calling legislative hearing on deficiencies in utilization deployment of Monroe County Forensic Intervention Team.
Move it, Mr. President.
By Legislator Bruce, seconded by Legislator Boyce. Is there any discussion?
Legislator Barnhart. Legislator Boyce.
Legislator Boyce, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to say a few words about this, and why I'm talking about this action is urgent and very, very necessary. Last year, we all stood together in calling for a change the way the Monroe County addresses mental health crises in this area following the loss of Mr. Daniel Prude. Now, we've heard from many people in our community that maybe Mr. Prude
No, we lost your connection. While we're getting her connection, Legislator Barnhart, did you want the floor?
Yes, thank you. Through the president to the administration, what is the FIT budget for 2021?
That's to the administration. What is the FIT budget for 2021?
That's correct. Is anyone on the call who can answer that?
Through the president, this is Deputy County Executive Crosdale. The 2021 FIT budget is, sorry, I've got my glasses out.
All right, I apologize. I just lost connection, so I don't know where we are and if I still have the floor.
Is that okay, Legislator Barnhart? Can we give that back to Legislator Boyce?
That's fine. It sounds like the deputy county executive could use a couple seconds anyway. So thank you. I'll take the floor when legislator.
Okay, thank you very much, Legislator Boyce. We have your connection back.
And I appreciate that, Ms. Barnhart. Boy, I'll tell you, connections are tough out here in the hinterlands. As I stated, it maybe not have saved Mr. Prude's life, but certainly I hate to see our law enforcement out in the community not being able to properly understand maybe the severity of the mental health issues that exist in our community. This honorable body voted unanimously to allocate $100,000 last year, the entirety of our 2020 contingency fund, to bolster this most needed forensics intervention team. Additionally, the county executive pledged additional funds matched by the city of Rochester for the forensic intervention team to operate 24/7. Now, I know for a fact that this hasn't been happening. And I sat through a meeting last week with our law enforcement council, and they are totally frustrated. We've seen it in the news, and certainly I can't stand by and not have an understanding as to why this hasn't been at all addressed. The county executive claimed that these funds would be additionally create a mental and substance abuse redesign and a task force that would identify short and long-term reforms, and that would impact the county and could deliver better mental health, domestic violence services, child protective, and other social services with our 911 emergencies. Unfortunately, to date, we cannot confirm last year's allocation from the legislature was ever utilized to expand this FIT team, nor can we confirm, although, yes, I think we too can confirm that the 24/7 intervention team does not stand ready 24/7. Just recently, I got information that the police department had somebody that was in crisis. They called the forensic intervention team, and they could not get to this location where the police needed them. And that was in a period of time after 3 a.m. And the police subsequently, unfortunately, had to take that individual to the hospital. Additionally, the legislature has not seen a single change or recommendation to improve the delivery of these mental health services that are so crucial. Following the events of last year, and our community, rightfully so, demands and deserves these answers. So we are asking that a hearing be clarify the deficiencies in the FIT team and ultimately help the legislatures. I believe this community deserves this. I believe that our first responders deserve the support in this area. And for this reason, I would ask my fellow legislators to support this, not to vilify anybody, but to just get to the bottom of what is needed in our community. Just like we had a very, very healthy discussion with regards to legislator Roman and Hassman's referral this evening. I think it was, we did it respectfully. We did it with, I think, a very well-intended and heartful discussion. So I hope that my fellow legislators will understand why Legislator Peru and I have decided to bring this forth. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Legislator Barnhart, you have the floor back.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President. Through you to the administration, I'll repeat my question about the budget for FIT for 2021. Thank you.
Through the chair, the budget for 2021 is $910,000.
$910,000. I'm assuming because of the grant funding that that we have obtained over in recent months and the intentions of the county to expand, I'm assuming that those efforts are underway. Has it taken some time to hire and train staff to expand FIT? Can you talk about whether that has occurred?
Excuse me, Mr. President. This is a point of order. This is not the hearing.
No, I understand that, but I am going somewhere with this, somewhere that I don't think you'll object to. So I would, this isn't going to take a long time. I'm not going deep into the.
I'm gonna go ahead, Legislator Barnhart. Go ahead.
Let it go.
Wait, Vince.
Thank you. So through the president to the administration, if you could just briefly tell us what, if the staff has been expanded as the grant money has come in and where you are right now in the hiring.
Through the president, we have identified, offered, and a position has been accepted for the supervisor of the FIT team. and that's replacing the supervisor who put in her resignation back in September. We also offer 3 full-time candidates for FIT. They have also accepted, and we also offered a job for 1 part-time position in FIT, and they have also accepted. So we have a newly hired supervisor, 3 full-time FIT workers, and 1 part-time FIT worker.
Thank you. Through the president to the administration, is FIT now fully staffed up? Have these people started yet?
Through the president, the supervisor will be starting on March 1st. The other ones, we're waiting for them to give us their exact start date. In the meantime, we have started setting up the training for them, which will include shadowing the current FIT workers. In addition, through the president, the current FIT workers are doing on-call. So they have a rotating shift where they're able to either triage via phone or go out in person to assist law enforcement. And we've also utilized other clinicians within the office to do the same.
Thank you. Through the president to the administration, is FIT able to respond to calls on a 24/7 basis right now? It sounds like maybe not, because everyone's not on the job yet.
Through the president, current FIT workers are doing on-call, and they do go out and assist law enforcement upon request. And we also use other clinicians within the Office of Mental Health to do the same. So yes, there are FIT workers who can and have been going out in person to assist law enforcement.
Thank you. Through the president to the administration, a member of the task force that the county executive formed after the death of Daniel Prude gave me a copy of that report that was produced last month. I understand it has not been released publicly. This was a 90-day task force on mental health, and it was a preliminary report to discuss recommendations regarding FIT, including expanding the team to create a 24/7 response, creating capacity for a non-law enforcement response with various partners, and partnering with the city of Rochester and launching its new person in crisis response team. Why hasn't the county released that 90-day task force report yet?
Through you, Mr. President, we were in the process of reviewing those recommendations, and our announcement and releasing of that report is imminent and should be done within a matter of the next few days or early next week.
Thank you. I found it very helpful to understand what the county is doing, what the Office of Mental Health is doing, and a roadmap forward. Through the president to the administration, where does the RAISE Commission fit into these recommendations and a path forward as we consider how to improve mental health services in Monroe County?
Through the president, the RAISE Commission is looking at those long-term solutions with regard to mental health services, with a particular focus on rooting out inequities. They also worked with us on the 90-day task force because it's a model that builds off of each other. So they'll be taking what they learned from the 90-day process and feeding that into their long-term recommendations, really looking holistically at the entire mental health system, not just at one program. So Monroe County invests about $45 million in mental health services. So they really looked at that entire system, not just the $910,000 FIT program.
Through the president to the administration, do you have any idea when the RAISE Commission recommendations will be ready?
Through the president, I'm one of the staff members who are sitting with the commissioners. They're now really looking at the final recommendations and coming to an agreement as to what they want to put forth for County Executive Bello and Mayor Lovely Warren. It should be within the next few weeks.
Thank you. I would like to move to table this legislation until we have the Raise Commission's recommendations and report, because I really think that this 90-day task force report, as well as the Raise Commission, is very helpful to us. This involves dozens and dozens of experts and stakeholders in our community who can really inform our work and answer a lot of the questions that are in this proposal, and frankly, even answer more questions. So I would like to move that we table this this resolution until we have these reports, and these reports have been released.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to table with a second. Go to a roll call vote.
On the motion to table, Mr. Brew.
No.
Mr. Brew votes no. Mr. Felder.
No.
Mr. Felder votes no. Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
No.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes no. Mr. Alcoffer.
No.
Mr. Alcoffer votes no. Mr. Ansello.
No.
Mr. Ansello votes no. Ms. Barnhart.
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart votes yes. Mr. Baroth.
Yes.
Mr. Baroth votes yes. Mr. Baines.
Yes.
Mr. Baines votes yes. Ms. Boyce.
No.
Ms. Boyce votes no. Mr. Colby.
No.
Mr. Colby votes no. Mr. Delahanty.
No.
Mr. Delahanty votes no. Mrs. DeFlorio.
No.
Mr. DeFlorio votes no. Mr. Dondorfer.
No.
Mr. Dondorfer votes no. Ms. Hassman.
Yes.
Ms. Hassman votes yes. Mr. Hebert.
No.
Mr. Hebert votes no. Mr. Chiafetlassi.
No.
Mr. Chiafetlassi votes no. Ms. Lamar.
Yeah,
Ms.
mute.
Lamar.
She on mute.
No,
Ms. Lamar.
I didn't get a chance. Sorry. I didn't get a chance to ask my question, so I have to abstain from voting.
So this is just on the motion to table. We'll go back to the original motion.
This is just on the motion to table. We're going to go back to discussion on the original motion.
Yes.
Yes to table?
Yes to table.
Okay. Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee?
No.
Mr. Lee votes no. Mr. Mafucci?
Yes.
Mr. Mafucci votes yes. Mr. Marionetti?
No.
Mr. Marionetti votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Yes.
Mr. Morelli votes yes. Ms. Roman?
Yes.
Ms. Roman votes yes. Ms. Smith?
No.
Ms. Smith votes no. Ms. Taylor?
No.
Ms. Taylor votes no. Mr. Terp?
No.
Mr. Terp votes no. Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox votes yes. Mr. Wilt?
No.
Mr. Wilt votes no. Mr. Udelson?
Yes.
Mr. Udelson votes yes. President Carbone?
No.
President Carbone votes no. 10 to 19, the motion to table fails.
Okay, I would now like to move to amend. Clerk Moffett, I sent you the amendment. I think that it's very important that we ask these questions about our mental health system, and I appreciate the fact that this referral was brought forward. But I think we should broaden it out. I mean, I think we should really talk about the entire mental health system. I think this is something that the public could benefit from. I think it's something that we could benefit from, and the county could benefit from. So my amendment would make this a public hearing in which we review the Office of Mental Health, and we review our mental health infrastructure and do a comprehensive look at our services in this community.
Give me one moment, I can have it up on.
Do you have a second, Legislator Barnhart?
Second.
Second.
Pick someone.
Legislator Rome.
We're waiting to put her amendment up, Legislator.
I know, well, Jack Moffett said pick someone who seconded it.
Oh, I
You don't have to
see.
pick me. We've, you know, we're going through
Legislator
that.
Mafucci got so excited. I'd like to give it to him. He almost jumped out of his chair, right, Legislator Mafucci?
Go
Good.
for it.
I am trying to be young.
It's just opening now, so give me a moment.
1 second. Mr. Moffat's just opening up the amendment now.
Legislator DeFlorio, would it be possible to email this to us so that we actually all have our own copy of it as opposed to trying to read it on the screen? And
I can
then
do that.
take a recess perhaps so that we have time to look at this, please?
Okay, I'll go along with that.
Let me just get it up on the screen first and
5 minutes.
okay.
Should all buy Zoom stock.
Thank you for this courtesy, President Dr. Carbone. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. It's gone so nice tonight, Legislator Baines.
My students say I'm nice every day, President Doctor.
I think the same thing, Legislator Baines.
Do you want to call the recess?
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess so everybody can look over that amendment.
The amendment should be in everyone's inbox as well.
Thank you.
Does anyone have the Jeopardy theme?
Are we done reading yet?
I wish I did.
Well, I've read it, I swear.
I read it like 5 times. That's what I'm saying. So, it's not a lot of words.
We'll be coming back from recess in about 1 minute.
In the session, any discussion on the amendment at hand?
President Carbone, I think I still have the floor. I just wanted to say one more thing.
Go ahead, Legislator Barnhart.
Thank you. And thank you so much for considering this amendment. I just think our community has a lot of healing to do as we move forward after everything that has happened in the last 6 months. And our mental health crisis in this community is a lot greater than Daniel Prude. It goes beyond Daniel Prude and it goes beyond the FIT program. We really need to look at the entire system, and we should want to hear from the community and hear from experts about the types of services that we need from our mental health system. And as legislators, I certainly hope that you support this going forward. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Okay, discussion on the amendment.
Yes, Mr. President.
Legislator Flagler Mitchell.
Yes,
Discussion
I
on the
read. Yeah, on the amendment. You know, I read the amendment, and I think the amendment is a good thing. You know, but everybody, I have been really advocating for the FIT team to be with the sheriff department. You know, for me, I'm going to vote against this amendment because I think FIT need to be in its own special place. I believe that anytime the sheriffs pull out, they need to have a professional with them so that when they pull up to the scene, they will be able to handle the scenes as is. Right now, we don't have no one riding with the sheriffs or no one who can come and back up the sheriffs. I think if we continue to push this back, you know, we're asking for another incident to take place that we don't want to take place. So I'm going to be voting against the amendment for this part of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Legislator Brew?
Legislator Brew?
Yes, I'd like to explain my vote, Mr. President. I'm also going to be voting no. I do share many of the sentiments just voiced by Legislator Flagler Mitchell. I think we can all agree that the entire mental health program needs to be looked at under a set of very careful eyes. And I'm quite confident the Raise Commission will probably do a good job of providing that level of that granular level of suggestions and recommendations going forward that we'll all be able to benefit from. However, I think the FIT program needs to stand on its own. You know, over the last, going back to almost a year ago with Daniel Prude, and most recently, as we all know, the incident, the FIT team is the one that needs the most help now because we do not know what's around the corner about ready to rear its ugly head again in terms of a mental illness or a cry for help. So our ambition in calling for this public hearing is pretty much single focus. It's us as legislators providing the service to our community through the answers that we're going to be able to derive from this public hearing. So again, just reiterating, I do support the the examination of the mental health and its approach the county is taking in its entirety, but I do think that we need to consider the FIT program as a standalone program on its own, and therefore I will be voting no against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Legislator Lamar.
No, okay.
I'm sorry.
What was that?
Legislator, go ahead.
You guys heard something down in the background, Vince.
What was that?
Oh, sorry.
Legislator Lamar and Legislator Felder both were.
Okay, Legislator Felder, I think you went first.
Yeah,
Legislator Felder.
very quickly. I think I do agree with Legislator Barnett that the entire mental health situation needs to be looked at in the county, particularly with the hospitals. That, we know that Daniel Prel was released probably prematurely, and in the case last week, I had to call someone in the administration to call Deputy County Executive Crossdale to get help with they're about to release someone else too soon. So that's a problem. The entire system has to be looked at system-wide. But I think particularly because we, as the legislature, allocated additional funds to the 15 to get it to up and running, and it still seems to not be there. We need to figure out why. Maybe we need to give them more money. I don't know, but we need to figure out what's going on here, because I think I don't know if it's true or not, but I know someone said they were on the radio and said the 15 ETA was something like 20 or 30 minutes away, and we don't. When you're in a situation of crisis, you really need somebody to be there right then and there to prevent things like a 9-year-old girl being sprayed with pepper spray. And so I think we really need to look at this and make sure we have it structured properly to meet the needs, and be willing to do whatever it takes to help them get there. Not in a punitive way or an accusatory way, but really in a way to try to find out what it is we can do better, and what we may have to do as a legislature to help them in that area. So.
Thank you. Legislator Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I guess I'm through you, Mr. President. I'm just struggling a little bit with the concept of the FIT team. I want to ensure that the FIT teams, their goals or their mission doesn't marginalize an already marginalized community. And so when we talk about things like mental health, sometimes what mental health means to me doesn't mean the same thing to you. I'll give you an example. So when we talk about Daniel Prel, we talk about mental health in a drug-induced way or in a medically stated way. But coming from my point of view, showing up at a quadruple shooting last week where there was a homicide, and you have family members out there who are experiencing things like trauma and need support from people like the FIT team, and it's not considered when we talk about this FIT team. I just don't have a clear pathway to what the FIT team is going to be doing specifically. What are the specifics for the FIT team? And I think that it should also be a standalone department, because if it's not, then it's discretionary. And when you're dealing with people who have traumatic experiences that cause mental health issues, this type of service cannot be discretionary. I think there's just too many what ifs or too many unanswered questions for me to support it. And I don't typically openly say this, but although I agree with Legislator Barnhart, I just think that there are some this needs further conversation. We need to really dig down into this. I think the county has went for far too long being able to have 2 people or 3 people in a department that's just 9 to 5 and not 24/7, and haven't been able. I've been asking since I've been a legislator to show me the process and the procedures, and I have yet to see that. I've seen how the majority of the budget is spent on salaries and not on and not on taking care of the people. It's just too many gaps in this system, and I am not comfortable moving forward like this anymore.
Thank
So
you.
thank you.
Legislator Baines.
Amendment.
Legislator Baines.
Legislator Baines.
Earlier, Deputy County Executive rather, shared with us that there's a $45 million mental health budget that we supervise and oversee, and that the FIT program is $910,000. I don't think that this amendment restricts a laser focus on the FIT program. And anybody who truly wants to examine that program as part of this hearing would have every access to that question. But what I don't understand is why understanding the FIT program, which is 2% approximately of our mental health expenditure, why we wouldn't want to, I don't understand why people are saying that it's a standalone. Systems are never standalone. Health systems especially are not standalone. And they work hand in glove with all other aspects of services, health services. So the amendment doesn't preclude the interest of the original motion. It simply gives us an opportunity in the scope of the hearing to look more comprehensively at the interface between the FIT program and other aspects of mental health. And it's my understanding that a work group has been working hard to produce a report. And that report it will be imminently, as we've heard, sent out to us, and we'll see it. And why we wouldn't want to take advantage of that work, I understand it's a very comprehensive analysis of many of the issues that are connected to the FIT program. So, we know that the crisis aspect of the FIT program is connected to, crisis events arise when people don't have services. The crisis event is not like a lightning strike. It's the product of systemic failures that have occurred over time. So, I would urge I'm going to be voting in favor of the amendment, and I would urge my colleagues to simply vote for it. And you have absolutely, you're not restrained in any way from focusing on the FIT program. But now we bring in all of the expertise of all the people who've been working so hard, that's just going to make us a more informed body. So thank you, Mr. President. I yield back to you.
Thank you.
Legislator
Hasman.
Okay, Legislator Hasman, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of things. I'm in favor of the amendment because I just don't think that FIT can work in a vacuum. Just some things to consider. 40% of the American population has reported struggling with mental health issues in the past year. We had a mental health nationwide problem before COVID. It's only gotten worse. The second leading cause of death for adolescents is suicide. It's not uncommon to have more than one mental health diagnosis at a time. So why I'm regurgitating some of my favorite statistics to you is because FIT can't work in a bubble. We need to lift up the hood and look at mental health as a whole and look at how the infrastructure works as a whole. So that is why I support a much broader scope of a meeting. Thank you.
Legislator DeFlorio.
Legislator DeFlorio.
Yes, I also would like to explain my vote. Although I find it commendable that we want to look at this whole mental health issue. The issue in front of us right now is the failures of the FIT program. And this amendment not only changes the scope, but it also changes the format of the meeting. So let's not overlook this. We've changed it from a legislative hearing to a public meeting. A legislative hearing gives us different sets of criteria and who can ask questions and who is called upon to come to the meeting. So as a result of that, although I advocate for continuing, if Legislator Barnhart would like to call a public meeting for some time at a later date, I would absolutely support it. It's a topic that needs further conversation, but the referral in front of us is for a legislative hearing on the FIT team, and that is what I will be supporting this evening.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Legislator
Roll
Roman.
call vote. What is that?
Legislator Roman.
Go ahead, Legislator Roman.
Thank you to Legislator DeFlorio for bringing up the difference in the format, because that is the reason why I will be voting in the affirmative for this amendment. One of the things that I was going to highlight was the difference between the legislative hearing and the public meeting, and in general, what the amendment is looking to do is to ensure that all voices are being heard. Though I believe that the intent behind this is to ensure that our mental health systems are doing what it's supposed to be doing, specifically with the FIT program, I think we are doing a disservice by not having the public and others as the part of this conversation. So I'll be voting in the affirmative for this amendment.
Legislator Keough-Felasi.
Legislator Keough-Felasi.
If I can just offer my quick perspective a little bit, I'm in a little different situation. So I don't think the two stand mutually exclusive, and I do commend the amendment, but I didn't know how I was going to vote. But now that I'm listening through, having participated on several meetings or listening in on some of the meetings for the 90-day task force, as an active participant on the Race Commission, I don't think supporting the current legislative hearing will hurt. Actually, focusing in on the FIT team may actually bolster some of the recommendations, in my opinion, now that I've actually heard some of the things. But I don't think that should end the discussion on an overall broad view. So if that perspective helps at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Legislator Hasman.
Legislator Hasman.
I think this through you, Mr. President, to the makers of the motion. Can someone explain to me what the difference is between a hearing and a special meeting?
Is that to the maker of the amendment?
Yes, no, it's for the makers of the motion.
Well, we're talking about, we'll have to
Oh,
go
okay.
back to that.
Call a question. It got to be about the tabling motion.
Okay, call the
Okay.
question. Let's go to a roll call vote on the amendment.
On the amendment, Mr. Brew.
No.
Mr. Brew votes no. Mr. Felder.
Mr. Felder.
No.
Mr. Felder. Mr. Felder votes no. Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
No.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes no. Mr. Alcoffer.
No.
Mr. Alcoffer votes no. Mr. Ansello.
No.
Mr. Ansello votes no. Ms. Barnhart.
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart votes yes. Mr. Baroff.
Yes.
Mr. Baroff votes yes. Mr. Baines.
Yes.
Mr. Baines votes yes. Ms. Boyce.
No.
Ms. Boyce votes no. Mr. Colby.
No.
Mr. Colby votes no. Mr. Delahanty.
No.
Mr. Delahanty votes no. Mrs. DeFlorio.
No.
Mr. DeFlorio votes no. Mr. Dondorfer.
No.
Mr. Dondorfer votes no. Ms. Hassman.
Yes.
Ms. Hassman votes yes. Mr. Hebert.
No.
Mr. Hebert votes no. Mr. Keough-Felasi.
No.
Mr. Keough-Felasi votes no. Ms. Lamar.
No.
Ms. Lamar votes no. Mr. Lee.
No.
Mr. Lee votes no. Mr. Mafucci.
Yes.
Mr. Mafucci votes yes. Mr. Marianetti. Mr. Marianetti.
No.
Mr. Marianetti votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Yes.
Mr. Morelli votes yes. Ms. Roman.
Yes.
Ms. Roman votes yes. Ms.
No.
Ms. Smith votes no. Ms. Taylor?
No.
Ms. Taylor votes no. Mr. Terp?
No.
Mr. Terp votes no. Mr. Wilcox?
Yeah.
Mr. Wilcox votes yes. Mr. Udelson?
Yes.
Mr. Udelson votes yes. President Carbone?
No.
President Carbone votes no. 9 to 20, the motion to amend fails.
Okay, back to the original referral.
Yes,
Discussion
Legislator
on,
Udelson?
Yes, Legislator Brew?
I didn't hear the first one, but Legislator
That was
Brew?
Legislator Udelson.
Udelson was-
Mr. President, I think I was first.
Brew is the maker. I think he gets the floor first.
That's
Thank
fine.
you. Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Legislator Boyce, and thank you to all of my legislative colleagues for what I felt is a much needed civil discussion on this particular referral. It's a welcome condition that we find ourselves in, and we can all agree in a very civil way to sometimes disagree. So I just like to say that before I get into more of my detailed comments regarding the specifics of the legislative hearing. So at this time, as I said, I would like to take a few minutes and explain some of that. The hearing is scheduled to take place on February 23rd at 5:35 p.m. in the legislative chambers with remote participation permitted. The sole focus on the calling of this hearing is to identify the deficiencies in utilization and employment of the Monroe County Forensic Intervention Team. To help in the identification of these deficiencies, this honorable body will be hearing testimony from all relevant stakeholders, including mental health experts, law enforcement professionals, and all those who provide pertinent and useful insight into the issue at hand. All members of this honorable body are permitted to and encouraged to submit requests of testimony to the President of the Legislature for approval. Upon finalization of the approvals, the President of the Legislature will formally notify all individuals of their testimony requests and request their attendance for the meeting on the 23rd. Members of the public will have the ability to enter comments to the Legislature Public Forum held prior to the start of the legislative hearing, as would be allowed during any meeting of the legislature. Individuals whom the President has requested testimony will be called before the legislature one at a time. All legislators will have the opportunity to participate by asking questions and sharing their perspective. Legislators will also have the opportunity to ask pertinent questions regarding the topic and/or individual testimony. Once all individuals requested have testified, all legislators will once again have an opportunity to express their thoughts, opinions, and solutions on how to proceed forward. The goal of this hearing is very simple: to ensure evident deficiencies in utilization and deployment of Monroe County's Forensic Intervention Team are addressed, solved, and corrected. Let me be clear, partisan politics cannot and will not have a role in this hearing. The objective of this hearing is to find honest answers in addressing an ongoing issue. Any insertion of politics undermines the importance of what we are seeking to do. If, at the conclusion of this hearing, it is determined that additional resources are required, the legislature provides oversight to ensure resources are being applied in the most effective way possible. I am proud to support this referral, and I look forward to utilizing this hearing to address these important issues and move forward with meaningful solutions. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Legislator.
Mr. President.
I
Mr.
think,
President.
Legislator Udelson?
Legislator Udelson was next. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Legislator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Events in our community have demonstrated this is an important issue that we have to address together, and I appreciate the discussion tonight. We need to look at the current situation and and have experts who are knowledgeable about these matters advising us. And I agree that a well-defined hearing with agreed upon objectives could help with that. The matter of urgency calls for a hearing on the deficiencies in utilization and deployment of the FIT team. This to me seems to predetermine what we would learn during the hearing, and it was just referred to by one of my colleagues as a failure. My understanding is they're just getting staffed up now. I'm not sure we could reach a conclusion before having the chance to review the Raise Commission report that's been mentioned. And I'm wondering how we could have a hearing about the performance of the FIT team in isolation without knowing more about things like why there's no coordination with the city's person in crisis team. There are some issues that transcend politics. I would hope this would be one of them. The vote on the amendment is disappointing in that regard, but nonetheless, Leader Brew just mentioned his appreciation of the civil discussion and that the hearing should not be partisan. I couldn't agree with him more. I might not be privy to all the information that the makers of the motion have. Nonetheless, I'm sure before proposing the hearing, they exhausted all efforts to work with the administration to ensure the best outcomes for the community. And through you, Mr. President, I would invite Leader Brew to fill us in on what I'm sure were countless emails, telephone calls, meetings with the administration on this topic before calling for this hearing. Thank you.
Yes. To Mr. Udelson, there was some communication to the administration. The exact details of that and the content, I am not fully aware. We are trying to do our best to react to an outcry from the constituents to get to this. And I feel that this is an issue. This is a problem that transcends letters going back and forth with questions and answers that are sometimes not fully in the are not actually completed to our satisfaction. And I don't really think there is any substitute for a direct and inline questioning from the legislators to the stakeholders with the FIT program. So, just to sort of summarize that, Legislator Udelson, there have been a number of questions that have gone from our caucus, I know firsthand, down to the administration. And although they have been met with some responses, as I said, I don't think there's any substitute for having an open meeting where all of these questions can be provided out in the open, and there is a one-on-one dialogue to be had by the legislative body and to the people who we choose to have come in front of the committee that night.
Well, I thank the leader for his response. I appreciate your reply. I just do question, you mentioned that you're not really aware of the communication and not sure how the referral could be offered, the motion made without having had that discussion first, if it was truly to be bipartisan. But I do appreciate your reply. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
And Mr. President?
Yes, Ernest Flagler Mitchell.
Thank you. Just through you to the administration. Is there any type of partnership or conversations with the Sheriff Department on the direction of the FIT program? Just through you to the administration.
Through the president, the FIT team is not a law enforcement response team. The FIT team is a behavioral health initiative. So the program was designed within that context. It was actually born out of looking at the entire system, particularly with mentally ill individuals who had a lot of contact with law enforcement. But it was really a behavioral health approach, not a police response approach. So it really is in context, as was mentioned a lot this evening, within regard to the entire mental health system. So it's that triage and then that follow-up, making sure the person gets connected and stays connected to mental health.
Thank you, Deputy County Exec. Also, just due you to the administration, I know it may not have been a police activity or a piece of the sheriff's department. You know, I have always advocated that the fit personnel should be with the sheriff's department. You know, we see the examples why when we show up the scenes and don't have the expertise with them to be able to handle certain situations. One thing I believe in, being on the fire department, or have been on the fire department 20 years, is that when we have a fire, they send everybody. And when the first responders get there, it's easier to send everybody back than to get there and don't have everybody on its way. And, you know, I believe that that should be the approach that we should take when we talk about mental health, because, you know, just like Legislator Hackman said, there are more people that deal with mental health today than there have ever have been. And with it being COVID, it's just, it's even more people, right? And so my question is, how do we get the sheriff involved into the conversations so that we can look at having a hybrid a response team, right? This helps in many ways. It gets the people on the scene immediately. It also helps out our sheriffs when they are going through the tragedies that they're seeing. And, you know, I just think that it'd be a better approach because, you know, we just saw what happened with the young 9-year-old young lady. If that was in the county and we had a fit personnel in the car with the sheriff, it could diffuse the situation in a different way. So how do we get there? What do we have to do from the legislature point of view to
Legislator Flagler Mitchell, this is a great line of questioning. Maybe it would be better to pursue it when we have the hearing.
I could bring it back up then.
Legislator Baines.
Legislator Baines.
I have through you, Mr. President, to the makers of the motion. You together, Legislator Boyce and Legislator Brew, have great tenure on this honorable body. On what prior occasions have we held hearings? For what type of issues in the past did we hold hearings? For instance, did the legislature hold hearings for the LDC scandal?
Point of order, Mr. President.
What's your point of order?
My point of order is that we're focusing right now on a vote on whether or not we're going to have this hearing. I don't think it's relevant that we're bringing up any past things that were brought up. I think they should have been brought up at that time, not now. We could take a vote on whether or not this is appropriate to have a hearing on this.
I'll uphold your point of order. Legislator Baines, do you have anything else?
Yeah, I object. Has there ever been a hearing before by this honorable body? Has there ever been one? That's not a relevant question?
No,
I am objecting to your
asking
ruling.
a question. You're objecting to my ruling?
I am.
Then we'll go to roll call vote.
A yes sustains the ruling on the, you don't need a second for it. Mr. Brew?
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder? Mr. Felder?
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell? Mr. Flagler Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello?
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Barnhart votes no. Mr. Baroth?
No.
Mr. Baroth votes no. Mr. Baines?
No.
Mr. Baines votes no. Ms. Boyce?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby?
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty?
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio.
Yes.
Mr. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer.
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Ms. Hassman.
No.
Ms. Hassman votes no. Mr. Hebert.
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keofelasi.
Yes.
Mr. Keofelasi votes yes. Ms. Lamar.
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Mafucci.
No.
Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marionetti.
Yes.
Mr. Marionetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli.
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman.
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor.
Yes.
Taylor votes yes. Mr. Terp.
Yes.
Mr. Terp votes yes. Mr. Wilcox.
No.
Mr. Wilcox votes no. Mr. Wilt.
Yes.
Mr. Wilt votes yes. Mr. Udelson.
No.
Mr. Udelson votes no. President Carbone.
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes. 20-9. The ruling of the president is upheld.
Any further discussion on the original referral?
Yes, Legislator Baines.
Yes, Legislator Baines.
I'd like to explain my vote. I'll be voting
Go
no.
ahead.
Thank you. I'll be voting no on this motion for several reasons. One, the fact that it's framed as a hearing on deficiencies, as Legislator Udelson's already pointed out, means that it's a hearing with a conclusion that's already been arrived at. And I think that's disrespectful for the people who are working in this field. Secondly, the lecture about how this is nonpartisan, et cetera, it doesn't hold up. When we've never seen hearings, we've had all kinds of scandals in this county, but we're going to have a hearing. We refused to look at the scope of the issue. And we just had a vote on it. We just discussed it. And I made a very, I thought, fairly persuasive argument that this is a holistic issue and that you can still have every right to dig into this fit issue. So for those reasons, I find this whole enterprise insincere, and I'm voting no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Legislator Barnhart?
I think Legislator Mafucci was before you, Legislator Barnhart.
I'll defer to Legislator Barnhart.
Okay, Legislator Barnhart. Legislator Barnhart.
Okay, thank you, Legislator Mafucci. I think I'm going to vote yes on this referral, but I have some strong reservations. The referral says, to date, the Monroe County Legislature cannot confirm that last year's funding allocation from the legislature was ever utilized to expand FIT, nor can it confirm a 24/7 forensic intervention team stands at the ready. I was able to get answers to those questions immediately during this meeting. So I have to ask the administration, through the president to the administration, when was the last time a legislator asked you, Deputy County Executive Crosdale or Deputy County Executive McCann or County Executive Bello, when was the last time you were asked for this kind of detailed information about how the FIT program is going and how the expansion is going?
Through you, Mr. President, I don't remember the last time we were asked for information on this. It certainly hasn't been recently at all. And I guess I would just say we have repeatedly made offers to meet with any caucus, to meet with any legislators. Actually, I think we've expressed that multiple times. That would be our preference, to have regular meetings and set up a regular dialogue and forum to discuss issues like this. I think where we run into problems through you, Mr. President, is where we do things through media releases and don't have a dialogue, and that's really not the best way to operate. But we would be happy to sit and talk to any of the caucus, address whatever questions people have. I don't know that we've denied any requests. I think we've honored them all, and we stand committed and willing to meet with any member of this body at any points that they would like to talk about any subject of their choosing.
Thank you, Deputy County Executive. So the last legislator who might have asked about FIT could have been me in our caucus meeting last week when I asked for an overview of the county's mental health programs after I read that 90-day task force report. I think it's very important that we have a discussion about the county's mental health services. And I think it should be done publicly. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with starting legislative hearings or public meetings, whatever you want to call it. So I'm disappointed that the amendment was voted down. I don't care what we call it. I think that we should be having this discussion in public, and I think legislators should be using our power in this way. But my concerns about this referral is that this was framed as a problem. Yes, mental health services in our community are a problem, but it was framed as a gotcha. And I'm hesitant about participating in a process that's framed as a gotcha. I think we should really approach this in a way that is of public service to our community, a way that really gets to the heart of what we need to do and gets answers as to what's going on now. That doesn't come to pre-conclusions and that doesn't try to make anybody look bad, because this is just too important. So I'm going to be voting yes on this referral. I'm very interested in how this hearing will be structured. I'm hoping that legislators will be able to ask questions, and I'm hoping that we will be very transparent. And I also hope that that we can do this again about other issues. And I hope we can look at the entire system. I'm committed to doing that. So thank you. I yield the floor.
Excuse me, Mr. President, Legislator Felder.
Legislator Felder.
I just want to take exception to the idea that this is some partisan thing. I have great respect for the Deputy County Executive Carsdale and the work she's trying to do in the mental health department. So we need to find out, like I said, maybe it's something more we need to be doing to help them get what they need to get. And this is, so for me, it's about, I don't like situations that are avoidable in our community. And I was saying this before, some things only can happen in the city of Rochester. And so because they only didn't happen in the city of Rochester before Black people, I'm very concerned when we have these mental health situations. And you're right, that because there's a serious mental health issue in our community. But when it comes to law enforcement, when the intersection between mental health and law enforcement occurs, it almost always seems to wind up with a negative outcome. And so I'm troubled by that. That bothers me. And so I really want to get to the bottom of it. And we did ask once, at least I remember there was somewhere in the late last year about the money we had allocated, and we were told at that time that it was not enough to make FIT a 24-hour operation. So we have inquired before about this and have gotten an answer. The answer that I thought was unsatisfactory, but I'm looking forward to doing this in a positive way, in a forward-thinking way, and not looking to I'm not trying to put anybody in this spot. I'm not trying to make anybody look bad. That's not my intention. That's not my goal. My goal is really to get some good answers. And maybe this report that they have, that Legislator Barnhart referenced, maybe that will answer a lot of the questions that we had. And so maybe it would be helpful if we had a copy of that report prior to the hearing. And maybe it will mitigate a lot of the questions that we have and really change it around a little bit. But we need to know. And I said, not in a negative way or punitive way. I'm not looking to try to make anybody look bad. But we need to know that this system works, and what we need to do to make it work the way it needs to work, so we don't have these situations we had with Daniel Prel, this 9-year-old young lady, the 9-year-old handcuffed in April of last year. We need to figure out a way around this stuff. Like I said, because these only happen in my city, that's a problem for me. And so that's what my intention is. That has nothing to do with trying to hurt anybody. It's about trying to get to the bottom of this so we can prevent this stuff from happening.
Okay.
Mr. President, Legislator Boyce.
Legislator Boyce, you have the floor.
I don't want to get into too deep into the weeds, but I do have to push back on what Mr. McCann said. He knows darn well I was at the Law Enforcement Council last Thursday, and I asked questions, and I listened to law enforcement and their concerns about the lack of ability to have FIT be able to be on the scene when they needed them. It was a quote that the sheriff's department made, that they had to work to triage cases because they knew the FIT team was not able to answer 2 calls when deemed necessary. And I'm not making this up. There were many questions that had to be answered. And this whole thing, we heard from law enforcement. They went out on a limb way before we even talked about it, and we've had conversations with them. So I'm not trying to make anybody look bad, but I will not sit here and say that we haven't asked questions. This is inappropriate for Mr. McCann to say so.
Thank you.
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. A few comments, if I may, along the same lines as Legislator Boyce. On December 3rd, when we had the Ways and Means Committee meeting, I asked an extensive number of questions around the FIT program, and I don't honestly recall, that was a rather long meeting with many questions, who responded from the administration, but I did get a number of answers there that included the fact that the reports were supposed to be done shortly before Christmas. We would be dealt with after Christmas. I was told that the money had not been used. I was told a whole number of things. I also have letters that I had submitted to the administration in September with a response from them a couple weeks later, if I remember the dates correctly. And so we have definitely been in contact with the administration. I have had it confirmed to me that the $100,000 that this body, I believe, unanimously voted to apply to the FIT team the administration chose not to use it. You might not consider that a failure, but I don't understand how it's a success. Therefore, I absolutely will be voting for this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Legislator Roman.
Legislator Roman.
Yes, I have, through you, Mr. President, I have a question in regards to the format of this legislative hearing. Legislator Brew, my understanding from what you read off was that all speakers will be vetted through the president. Is that what you said?
Yes, I believe that was, legislator.
I need clarification, because that's the part that I'm a little uncomfortable with, because I want to ensure that all voices are at whatever hearing or public meeting occurs.
Yes, legislator, I would have to actually do some more research in regard to that. I think it's probably good that the president does have the authority to not permit. But in this case, nothing comes to my mind, whereas the president or the legislature would not permit a witness or somebody similar in nature to be permitted to ask a question or participate.
Legislator Roman, is there somebody in particular that you're concerned about that might not be vetted? Do you have a particular person or entity or organization?
Through you, Mr. President, this is a separate conversation, but I have been notified that some public forum comments have not been read out loud. And, after today's public forum was definitely something that I was going to bring up. So it's a concern for me to ensure that all voices are being heard and the vetting process for those voices. So that's where my apprehension lies.
Well, with the process we're going through with the Zooms, I think there's been one or two that haven't been read, and we've been notified of it, and the clerk has read them at the next meeting. So anybody who reports to us that their comments weren't read, that's rectified at the next meeting.
And any legislators are welcome to access my email archives for the county's Barracuda server. They make a copy of every email before it ever hits the inbox, and they're welcome to compare what was read versus what was sent in.
That was fast. Did you get that, Legislator Roman? He said it so fast.
I heard him.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. President, I did hear that. I believe I'm going to vote not in favor of this. And really it's because I have some big concerns about the format, how all voices will be heard. And I do know, I welcome what the clerk said, but I do know that some voices have been stifled through our Zoom process.
Do you have any specifics on that? Do you have any specifics on it so we could address it?
Absolutely.
Maybe you could give that to the clerk in writing and we'll get back to those people
so there have been one instance that I know for sure, and then that, the not for public statement, it's just the format in which individuals send emails. One, it's not clear. I also believe that the clerk's email is wrong on various ways. So there's a lot of apprehension as to why I'm saying what I'm saying. This wasn't a conversation for tonight, but with Legislator Bruce saying that he's got to kind of still do research on what the format of this meeting is going to be, how conversations and individuals are going to be allowed to be a part of the vetting of the FIT program. I'll be voting in the negative for right now.
Legislator Udelson.
Go ahead, Legislator Udelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to explain my vote. I will be joining Minority Leader Roman and some of my other colleagues in voting no on this, but it really pains me to have to do so. As I said in my earlier comments, I think a hearing could serve some good purposes. I favored a wider scope of such a hearing. But, the comments about the openness and not having it be tinged by politics, those, the answer I got was concerning to me, but I'll tell you the deciding point for me in having to vote no was the objection and then the subsequent ruling and vote on the point that Legislator Baines was making. We were discussing whether to have a hearing or not. And if a question of the precedents in this honorable body and whether there was hearings during the kind of scandal-ridden years of previous administration are not relevant, then I don't know what is. So I don't think there's any question that although there could be some good components to a hearing, that this is being swayed by politics, and therefore I'll be voting no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Go to a vote.
Mr. President?
Legislator Hasman?
Legislator Hasman.
I just want to say that I'm going to be voting no on this tonight, not because I don't think it's important. I think it's critically important, but I'm voting no because it's incomplete. I don't think we can have a true look at how FIT works without looking at the entire mental health infrastructure. I'm concerned about some of the language going into this, about it being a failure and about deficiencies and concerns about the format. So that's why I will also be a no this evening. Thank you.
Legislator Barra.
Thank you. Legislator Barra.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to explain my vote, if I could, very briefly. I agree with the maker of the motion that this is actually having an open conversation is a good thing. And I would urge us to have more open conversations, not just in hearings, but also directly with the administration. That's something that we had hoped would happen just throughout the whole last year. And after one or two meetings, they stopped. And that's been a disservice to the county. I think we need to consider doing more of them and doing them regularly, so we don't have misunderstandings. We don't have questions being submitted through circuitous routes. We don't have people getting partial answers and being dissatisfied with them, and then having to wait 2 more weeks to get a new answer that may or may not satisfy them. I think we need to have these conversations. And for that reason, actually, I will be, with hesitation, voting in the affirmative. I will support this hearing, but it's with great hesitation. I think Legislator Yuleson's correct when you declined to allow someone to ask, when was the last time a hearing was held? And I can assure you, a hearing like this has not been held by the legislature for at least 10 years. I know for a fact, and I suspect not for the last 30 years. But holding a hearing is a good thing. That is our job. I am glad that as a legislature body, we're actually finally doing our job. It's taken 20 or 30 years. And that's a shame. Shame on us. But we're doing something that's hopefully a step in the right direction. But I'm not a fool. This is a political body. There are people going to be trying to make points on this. And so, Mr. President, with all respect, it's on you to keep this as apolitical as possible. If you truly believe that we are going to have a process that's looking for the truth and to find solutions, then it's on you to hold your emotions in check and to hold our emotions in check as well. Because I've seen over the last 3 or 4 months, a lot of people just interrupting and saying mean things, personal attacks, snide remarks. It's on you to stop that. And I know you can't be perfect, but for this hearing to be successful, sir, I'm relying on you and I'm counting on you, and I'm going to vote in favor of this hearing. But I'm being honest, you're the leader of this body. You were elected to do that. And so I'm counting on you to make this as apolitical as possible. And I hope, and I'm not expecting perfection, but I'm just telling you, it's your responsibility. And if you need to talk to people offline about things that you expect, or you need to do it in public, that's fine. But, do what you need to do. So all that being said, I am voting in favor of this. I hope the hearing goes as promised by Majority Leader Brew. And I'm counting on him as well. And I'm counting on leadership of all sides to address this in a responsible, non-combative way. And I think that's to the betterment of the county as a whole. Call me an idealist. So with that, I'll stop and I will be voting in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Legislator Barra.
Legislator Dondorfer.
Legislator Dondorfer.
Let's just keep the hits coming here. I'd like to explain my vote a little bit and address a couple things that were also said while I explain that. I apologize to Legislator Baines and Legislator Udelson while I interrupted that earlier line of questioning with my point of order. But the fact of the matter is that while those were serious issues at their time, this issue that we're dealing with today burned down an entire city. We all acknowledge the fact that there are problems with the FIT team. There are problems in the mental health system from top to bottom. I agree with Legislator Hasman with that. But it would be good to hear from people outside of the Monroe County employees and hear from outside people who have a stake in the game that I work with on a daily basis, that see firsthand where the deficiencies are, and maybe get some of these deficiencies in order and start heading in the right direction, so we don't have issues like this that happen again and again and again in our county, because the system is not set up to be successful right now, and it needs to be. So that's why I'll be voting yes for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Dondorfer. We go to a roll call vote.
On the main motion, Mr. Brew.
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder. Mr. Felder.
I gotta go back to my office.
Mr. Felder.
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer.
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello.
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart.
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart votes yes. Mr. Baroff.
Oops. Yes.
Mr. Baroff votes yes. Mr. Baines.
No.
Mr. Baines votes no. Ms. Boyce.
Yes.
Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby.
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty.
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Mr. DeFlorio.
Yes.
Mr. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer.
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Ms. Hassman.
No.
Ms. Hassman votes no. Mr. Hebert.
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keofet-Lassie.
Yes.
Mr. Keofet-Lassie votes yes. Ms. Lamar.
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Mafucci?
No.
Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marionetti?
Yes.
Mr. Marionetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman?
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Mr. Terp?
Yes.
Mr. Terp votes yes. Mr. Wilcox?
No.
Mr. Wilcox votes no. Mr. Wilt?
Yes.
Mr. Wilt votes yes. Mr. Udelson?
No.
Mr. Udelson votes no. President Carbone?
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes. 22-7, the motion is adopted.
Item carries. There being no unfinished business,
Dr. Carbone, I have one more thing, please.
Who's that?
Legislator Dondorfer.
I'm sorry, Legislator Dondorfer, go ahead.
That's all right. I'm sorry, Mr. President. I'll be brief, but I need to light one more firecracker tonight, and I apologize. Following the conclusion of tonight's meeting, I am going to be submitting a request through you, the President of the Legislature, and ask for another special meeting of the Human Services Committee be called. I have concluded that it's necessary and required following the outreach from parents, teachers, staff, and more regarding the current status and restrictions of reopening schools in Monroe County. If the President of the Legislature deems this special hearing necessary and pursuant to his authority of the Legislature, President calls the meeting forward. I'll be submitting a list of questions in advance to the Commissioner of Monroe County's Department of Public Health, Dr. Michael Mendoza, and the administration pertaining to the status, restrictions, and reopening of Monroe County schools. At the special meeting, I would like Dr. Mendoza to be present and be prepared to answer those questions and any other pertinent questions regarding that topic. Our constituents, parents, teachers, students, all deserve transparency and clarity into the imposed restrictions on our community's education system. I hope that all members of this honorable body will be in support of this motion, and this special meeting. Thank you, Mr. President. That is all.
Thank you. Legislator Brew?
Yes. The next meeting of the Monroe County Legislature is scheduled for Tuesday, March 9th, 2021 at 6 p.m.
Meeting adjourned.